Chapter 581 Sunset Bow. Chapter 581 Sunset Bow. Reverie _ Against your motherfucking sister. Yi Hong immediately jumped out. Yin Lu, you're just a sore loser. Pah! What a man you are, not at all open-minded. Want to lean over here on this old lady? She pointed at her own billowy chests. Her female, rascal character was already getting out of hand. Yin Hong, mind your bearing. Immediately a senior reminded. Yes. Yin Hong then turned around, bowed slightly, and pretended to be a virtuous lady. Yin He, however, said, martial arts contest compares individual strength. Xianyuan Ziguang relied on his own power of the bloodline, but this guy used medicinal pills, so it's obviously not fair. Otherwise, give an element gathering tier a super origin pill, wouldn't they be able to kill even flower blossom tier warriors? What meaning does it still have? Super origin pill, a forbidden medicine in the legends, also known transcendental pill. No matter who it was eating one pill, they could immediately transcend from a mortal and advance into the flower blossom tier, or even reach the level of the spiritual infant tier. Thus, they would obviously be able to kill flower blossom tier warriors easily. After the medicine's effects disappeared, the user would also immediately die since their body couldn't withstand the power of transcendence. However, this medicinal pill only existed in legends and had never been truly refined, let alone used. Yin Lu used this as an example just to illustrate that the act of using medicinal pills was against the rules of the contest. Instantly, many people began discussing animatedly, and those nodding in agreement were not in the minority. Ling Han sneered and said, borrowing external power is certainly unfair, but don't forget, I personally refined this 5 turns black jade pill. Xianyuan Ziguang possesses the power of bloodline, but that's because he's lucky. Can I not rely on my own efforts to make up for my own battle prowess? So reasonable. With that said, many people instantly leaned towards Ling Han. However, these people's opinions weren't important. What was important was what the few higher-ups who had the deciding power said. After a short while, Yin Shuiyan opened up. Since Han Ling is an alchemist himself, he can use medicinal pills. This battle, Han Lin wins. No final verdict could be announced on a man before his death. Yin Hong exulted. She'd assumed that Ling Han couldn't defeat Xianyuan Ziguang, but this guy actually gave her a great surprise. Yin Li's expression was gloomy. The contest this time wouldn't directly decide who would become the pavilion master candidate, but it still held a great deal of weight. The key was that he'd thought this was a sure victory. He'd invited Xian Jiyun and Xianyuan Ziguang, not sparing any expenses, yet they were both defeated by one person, making him unable to accept it. Exceptional at alchemy and martial arts, was there such a freakish person in the world? There was. One appeared in the North region earlier, called Ling Han. He even embarked onto the supreme road of heaven-grade Alchemist. Moreover, it was said that this person's martial arts talent wasn't bad either, and he even entered a mystery realm to partake in seizing treasures. Wait, could there really be that many such geniuses? Han Lin, Ling Han? Reading it backwards, wasn't it the same? Yin Lu instantly came to a realization. Han Lin was Ling Han. Rumor had it that Ling Han received the 12 Palaces legacy and even knew the whereabouts of a divine treasure trove, so then it was understandable why he'd change his name. Dare to spoil his sport? Then you're dead too. Killing intent flashed within Yin Li's gaze. He decided to immediately spread the news that Han Lin was Ling Han, and as for whether his guess was right or wrong, why would it matter as long as he could get that brat killed? He no longer protested, since the elders of the pavilion already declared their decision. If he protested again, it would only damage his image and make him lose even more points. After 3 rounds of contest, Yin Hong obtained a total of 80 points, ranking steadily at first place. Ling Han returned to his private manor. Since he'd already helped Yin Hong, he was obviously going to leave to find that boundless mountain and obtain the message Zishuesian had left there. However, he planned to delay it for a few days. It was not because the new year had arrived, but because the Spirit Treasures Pavilion was soon going to hold a once-in-a-year super auction. When the time came, there would definitely be many precious treasures taken out for auction, making Ling Han very interested. In his hands, he now grasped over 600,000 three-star origin crystals, which allowed him to spend lavishly for once. After the auction began, Ling Han realized just how poor he was. Magnates appeared out of nowhere one by one, fiercely squandering origin crystals as if those weren't origin crystals, but a few rocks. Many treasures Ling Han had his eye on were auctioned off just like that, and in the end he only won one thing: a flood dragon vein. Flood dragons had the bloodline of true dragons, and after they cultivated to the extreme, they could shed their snake body and turn into a true dragon. So, this flood dragon vein was obviously extremely precious, costing Ling Han almost all of his savings. It was also because this flood dragon vein couldn't be mixed into medicine and could only be refined into a whip-shaped spirit tool that Ling Han was able to get his hands on it with nearly 600,000 three-star origin crystals. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't be so cheap. Ling Han obviously didn't want to make the flood dragon vein into a whip, but instead wanted to make it into a bowstring. Once the auction was over, he wrapped the flood dragon vein onto the bow's base, finally completing the creation of the bow. This was a 7th-tier rare metal matched with a flood dragon vein. Adding arrows created from the 7th-tier rare metal, its power could be unleashed at extreme distances. If spiritual infant-tier elites weren't vigilant, it would be extremely likely for them to be killed by a single arrow. Without activating origin power, the spiritual infant tier warriors weren't much different from body refining tier ones in terms of defense. The attacker could condense the power onto the arrowhead's tip. Yet if the defender didn't know where the attack came from, they would need to distribute origin power all over their body, or at least over a few vital points. This way, flower blossom tier elites breaking through the defense of the spiritual infant tier ones wouldn't be such an impossibility. Ling Han was extremely pleased, naming this bow Sunset Bow, and the arrows were obviously Sunset Arrow. This would be his powerful killer move in the future, and coordinated with True Sight's eye, it was completely possible to carry out an ambush from hundreds of meters out. Even spiritual infant tier elites could die not knowing what happened, not even knowing who their opponent was. Ling Han! Ling Han! Yin Hong ran over in a rush. What? Not even calling me Master Ling. Isn't it rather fast that you're burning bridges? Ling Han said, smiling. Pa, you've tricked this old lady's sister into your hands, and you still want this old lady to call you master? Yin Hong had contempt written all over her face. She then turned stern and said, I'll tell you a whopping news. In your mouth, the neighbor adulterer having a son would also be a whopping news. Ling Han continued to mock. Ha, whatever you want. This old lady came here with good intentions to tell you something, yet you put up such an attitude. Sigh, how truly heart-rending. I'm going to ignore you. Yin Hong pretended to leave. Wait, since you've come, then say it, Ling Han said with a smile. You're really careless. Men who are too careless are unreliable. Say, Sister Xianer, what's so good about this type of man? Why not follow this old lady? We're only missing that handle. It's not like we can't live on without that thing. Yin Hong said in an extremely rascally way. Zhu Xianer's dainty face blushed, and she threw herself into Ling Han's embrace, not daring to look at this female rascal. Hellion Sin Shui, however, was curious and asked, missing what handle? Niu wants to know too. Niu also didn't want to be left out. Chapter 582, Restore Heaven Academy. Chapter 582, Restore Heaven Academy. Reverie _ Don't listen to this female rascal's nonsense. Ling Han pointed at Yin Hong and said, You guys don't treat her as a woman, but as a man that reincarnated wrong and possessed a woman's body, So when she approaches you guys have to think of it as a man approaching you guys, understand? Hellion Sun Shui and Hunyo instantly revealed vicious Clarissa dirty man wanted to get close to them. You're brainwashing, Inhan pointed out and said, as expected of a master, truly patterned schemes. No wonder so many little girls have been deceived by you. Less nonsense. What's the news? Ling Han asked. Inhan finally said sternly, Heaven Sword Sect, Cloud Phoenix Sect, Absolute Saber Sect, Azure Thunder Sect, and Earth Dragon Sect, the 5 great sects, announced jointly that they will establish Restore Heaven Academy and recruit the world's geniuses. Oh, Ling Han was perplexed. These 5 great sects existed since the ancient times, and were the only 5 forces with inheritance passed down since the ancient times. Each of those sects possessed a long history, so why jointly establish some Restore Heaven Academy? Did they say why, he asked. The 5 large sects jointly announced that great chaos will soon occur in the world and result in a fault of all martial arts. So the 5 large sects will do their utmost to select outstanding geniuses to train. If a great calamity really happens, there would be seeds left for restoration, In Hong said. This reason is quite substantial, Ling Han muttered. Master Ling, you have any interests in going there? In Hong asked. Ling Han pondered and said, Where's this Restore Heaven Academy? 9 Dragons Mountain. A thought flashed across Ling Han's mind. This 9 Dragons Mountain was in Flying Flower Prefecture, and Boundless Mountain, where Zi Shuexian had left her message, was probably also in Flying Flower Prefecture. How coincidental. Anyway, he was going to Flying Flower Prefecture, so he might as well check it out on the way. After all, the 5 large sects existed for several millennia, and possessed the most complete martial arts inheritance. Going there to learn a little should be beneficial. Although Ling Han learned many mystical arts in his previous life, how could one person's power compare to the accumulation of countless generations? If all the freakish geniuses are gathered, then I'm actually somewhat looking forward to it, Ling Han said with a smile. I knew you'd be interested, but not everyone can enter this Restore Heaven Academy. The 5 large sects will first send notice to a few geniuses, allowing them to enter the academy directly. As for the rest, they'll have to pass layers of screening, In Hong went on. I see, Ling Han said with a smile. Don't know if anyone sent me a notice. Yo, Master Ling, are you bitter? In Hong laughed loudly. Let me tell you some bad news. Xianyuan Ziguang already received the notice and departed this morning. You? No sign at all. Puzzled, Ling Han said. In terms of martial arts level, I'm at least no inferior to Xianyuan Ziguang, and in terms of alchemy ability, I'm officially a high-level Earth-grade alchemist, so how come I was skipped? He didn't think much of the admittance quota. He just couldn't understand why. Master Ling, you think too highly of yourself. In Hong laughed, shaking her head. The 5 great sects definitely arranged the plans for establishing Restore Heaven Academy, and already confirmed a group of geniuses that could enter the academy, such as Yao Huiyu, Small Saber King, Dongling Heir, and so on. You, well, how long is it since you've become known? Indeed, it had only been 3 days since Ling Han defeated Xianyuan Ziguang, and Million Treasure City was sealed earlier by the 4th killing formation, so no news could have possibly gotten out. Ling Han laughed. He really thought a bit too much of himself. After In Hong left, Ling Han couldn't help but ponder. In the memory stone that Zi Shuexian left, it should have been people from God's realm that came a millennium ago, annihilating the previous generation's martial arts legacy. According to the news of future generations, it was the Heaven's Sword Sect and the other 4 great sects that jointly reversed the critical situation, repelling those invaders. Ling Han once saw an ancient battlefield in the Rain Country. At least several hundred Heaven Tier warriors jointly attacked a Shattering Void Tier 1, leaving countless corpses. From the look of it now, that Shattering Void Tier elite might not have been at the Shattering Void Tier, but possibly was a god. However, the gods' tier was restricted by this realm. But Zi Shuexian said this could all be a lie. Now that 10 millennia passed, the 5 great sects opened the Restore Heaven Academy, saying that it was extremely likely that the world would descend into great disorder. Could it be that those of the god realm were descending to this realm to invade again? Ma Duo Bao once said to open the skies and bring the world right into God's realm, and even pests become immortals. Was it also because he foresaw this great chaos? And Feng Piyin said he didn't dare shatter the void rashly, as there would be great catastrophe occurring. Was it also related to the god realm? Ling Han got a headache from thinking. He knew more things now, but there was even more whys he didn't. Why did the god realm invade the vast lands? Was there something worthy of the god realm's attention? Moreover, if the god realm truly wanted to annihilate the vast lands, would the 5 great sects really be able to stop it? With a few thousand or 10,000 gods, even if all of them were suppressed to shattering void tier, was that not enough to make a sweep of the mortal plane? Ling Han just couldn't think it through. If the gods truly invaded, what abilities did the 5 great sects have back then to drive off the gods and reclaim lost territory? Could it really be as Zi Shuexian said and all was but a lie? This could only be known after finding the message she'd left. The trip to Restore Heaven Academy seemed like an absolutely necessary one. Ling Han had no worries anyway, and once his mind was made up, he immediately departed. Zhu Xianer and the other 2 girls obviously wouldn't object. After they bid farewell to Yin Hong, they set out on a journey. Ling Han originally wanted to meet Kong Zisher, who was very likely to be a descendant of his disciple, but Kong Zisher was a heaven-grade alchemist, living comfortably and without needing him to worry. Moreover, if he said he was Kong family's founder, he'd definitely be treated with disdain, right? Whatever, he'd put the matter aside for now. The only thing that Ling Han regretted was that he still didn't know what was that treasure the 1,000 Corpse sect schemed for by attacking Million Treasure City, although it might not be useful to him. But once his curiosity was piqued, it always hung on his mind. The 4 departed and headed towards Flying Flower Prefecture. They hired a carriage. Ling Han obviously returned to his original look. Wearing a disguised face all the time also made him uncomfortable. After they arrived at Restore Heaven Academy, he could disguise as another person. The identity of Han Lin was very likely already seen through. After all, the 2 people's names were so similar, and they both cultivated alchemy and martial arts, with shockingly high attainments in both, making people associate them very easily. Inside the Black Tower, Ling Han played with the Sunset Bow. The Flood Dragon Vein was as durable as he'd expected. Not to mention the Flower Blossom tier. Even Heaven tier elites might not be able to use this bow. Why? Because if one didn't cultivate physical arts, drawing this bow would require extreme amounts of origin power. So how would one have any spare origin power to focus on the arrow to unleash a fatal blow? Swords, sabers, and spears weighed only a few 100 pounds, even if forged from rare metals. Who didn't have such a tiny bit of strength? However, to draw the sunset bow, what sort of power was needed? Enough to prop up a mountain. Chapter 583. Exterminated with a single arrow. Chapter 583. Exterminated with a single arrow. Reverie _ Possessing a sturdy physique is still quite useful, Ling Han exclaimed. Otherwise, if he exhausted a great amount of origin power just drawing the bow, then when he used exterminating Dragonstar arrow, its power would definitely be much smaller. I wonder if Sword Emperor and the others cultivated physical arts. He suddenly became curious. Draw the bow and unleash the arrow, then Xiao the sunset arrow shot out. At first, the eye could capture it, but after it continued to fly for several 100 meters, accelerating to terrifying speeds, it was truly like a ray of light, traveling hundreds of meters in a flash. Pa! Extremely far into the distance, the target Ling Han had set up instantly exploded from the sunset arrow, turning into rubble that filled the sky. The greatest firing range is 15 kilometers, any further and the power will begin to wane, while the speed also begins to decrease, Ling Han said to himself. However, traveling from the launch to the maximum effective range of 15 kilometers only takes the arrow 1/100th of a heartbeat. It's fast to the point that even the eyes can't capture it. After advancing to the flower blossom tier, a bad premonition arises when encountering danger, but it doesn't tell you where the attack is coming from or what kind of attack it is. Taking myself as an example, if I didn't have the Black Tower, the first reaction in such situations is definitely to condense origin power and spread it over the entire body. However, with Exterminating Dragon Star Arrow, even spiritual infant tier defense can be penetrated if origin power was spread over the entire body and not condensed at the few vital parts. How could the spread defense block Exterminating Dragon Star Arrow? This also reminded me that not only I know arrow arts in this world, some spirit tools can have similar effects. So if I encounter this situation, hiding in the Black Tower is obviously absolutely safe. However, there are times that I mustn't enter the Black Tower, so I can only spread origin power over the various vital parts. I can't have excessive expectations of escaping unscathed, or else I'll just be seeking my own death. Fortunately, I've cultivated the iron sheep body, and normal people can't pose any threat to me. And if I cultivated Diamond Tier, I believe that even spiritual infant tier warriors using Exterminating Dragon Star Arrow wouldn't be able to hurt me. Ling Han concluded. The Exterminating Dragon Star Arrow matched well with a treasure tool like Sunset Bow. With the addition of the Eye of Truth, this would become his greatest killer move, easily taking the lives of anyone thousands of meters out. Too few arrows. I have to forge some more, but 7th tier rare metal is too precious. Where can I get that much? He suddenly felt an abnormal movement. The carriage came under a sudden assault and instantly exploded. The 2 coachmen were also dealt fatal blows, and as the dust flew about, 3 masked old men appeared, emitting terrifying presences. "Where are they?" an old man said. Could it be a diversion intentionally departing openly to attract our attention? But in reality, he took another path, the second old man said. How meticulous, the third old man said. Although Han Lin might not be Ling Han, with the legacy of the 12 palaces and a divine treasure trove involved, we can't afford to let him go even if it's not him, the first old man said. Yes. The other 2 old men nodded. Let's go. The 3 leapt and headed backwards. Ling Han exited the Black Tower. From those 3 people's words, they already saw through his disguise. They just were not completely sure. These 3 people were truly merciless and vicious. Under the circumstance of being uncertain of his identity, they still struck to kill truly vicious. Spiritual infant tier. He looked at the 2 coachmen who met violent death, and a chilling glare flashed across his eyes. He unhesitatingly took out the Sunset Bow, mounted an arrow, and activated the Eye of Truth. The 3 old men who were already far off in the distance were instantly, as if before him. Brute force exploded as Ling Han drew the bow. The flood dragon vein grew taut, and the muscles bulged on Ling Han's arm, feeling full of power. He already carried out the Exterminating Dragon Star Arrow, and vein-like patterns instantly intertwined on the arrow forged by 7th tier rare metal. As the primitive vein-like pattern surfaced, the entire arrow seemed to come alive. Go! Ling Han shouted lightly and released the 5 fingers on the right hand. Instantly, the arrow turned into a ray of light. He immediately took out a second arrow, drawing the bow and shooting again. He drew the bow 3 times and fired 3 arrows consecutively, instantly staggering and turning pale. Firing 3 arrows consecutively in a short amount of time exhausted him greatly. Thousands of meters out, the 3 old men halted simultaneously. An intense bad premonition arose abruptly within their hearts, and impelled by instincts, they all condensed origin power, forming a shield in front of them. Xiao, a ray of light arrived, shooting swiftly at the old man in the middle. The three people almost showed no reaction as the ray of light hit the old man's left chest area, turning into a sharp arrow, bound all over by divine light and intertwining vein-like patterns. Pooh, without a doubt, the origin power shield couldn't block it at all. With exterminating dragon star arrow blessed with vein-like patterns and being 7th tier rare metal, its destructive power was too terrifying, and it easily pierced through the origin power shield. Once the shield broke, the old man's body was obviously frail, unable to stand even a blow. Pooh! Blood splattered as the arrow already sunk into the old man's chest and penetrated through the back, breaking the origin power shield on the other side. Finally, the arrow's power was almost spent as it pierced into the ground. The old man's eyes instantly lost spirit as he knelt down abruptly, his figure swaying slightly, falling to the ground head first. Killed with a single arrow. "Seventh brother!" The other two old men cried out, but before they made a move, the second ray of light already arrived. Warned by a precedent, they obviously didn't dare to spread out their defense, and instead focused it over several vital parts. Pooh! A streak of blood splattered as the second old man was also shot. Fortunately, since the origin power was deployed over the vital parts, though not concentrated in one area, the defensive power still increased several-fold. Consequently, even though he was shot in the eye and lost it, the arrow didn't enter the brain. "Old fifth!" The third old man cried out, wanting to reach out to support the other, but the third ray of light also arrived. He roared loudly and guarded his face with both hands, while the heart and dantian were covered fully with origin power. Seeing it 2 times, he obviously had sufficient preparation. Pooh! This arrow still shot at his eye. His hands and arms were immediately pierced by the arrow, but blocked in this way, its power was cut greatly, with it stopping just before his eyelid. It took a long time to describe, but the actual process was but a breath of time. Of the 3 spiritual infant tier elites, 1 was dead and 2 were injured. If other people were told that this was all done by a flower blossom tier martial artist, there probably wouldn't be anyone who believed it, right? The 2 old men who were still alive didn't even dare to pull out the arrow, remaining still in a defensive posture, on guard against the emergence of a 4th arrow. They dared even less to escape. Once they ran, they'd be unable to defend properly. Blood dripped down from the 2 people's eyes and arms. Spiritual infant tier's blood was extremely frightening, possessing great power. The blood dropping onto ground was like meteorites bombardment, shaking the ground. Chapter 584, Resolved. Chapter 584, Resolved. Reverie _. After Ling Han gasped a few more times, he drank a sip of spiritual liquid, drawing the bow again. Xiao, xiao, xiao. This time he shot 3 consecutive arrows again, and they were all aimed at the old man whose eye had been destroyed. The old man also imitated the other old man, guarding his face with both hands and then shielding the heart and dantian with origin power. This way, at most he'd only be injured, but not killed. The first arrows already arrived, shooting the old man's hip. With a pung, the old man's backbone was broken, and as blood splattered, the old man was actually shot into 2 halves. However, the life force of spiritual infant tiers was impressive. As long as it wasn't instant death, they could still come back to life. The old man hurriedly reached out with both hands and connected the 2 parts of the body, and as origin power rushed, the body immediately began to merge together. However, now his defense instantly had a flaw. "Fifth brother, be careful!" the third old man shouted. The second sharp arrow arrived, shooting into the old man's intact left eye and piercing out from the back of the head. The second old man looked towards the direction of the third old man. His 2 eyes were already busted, and only 2 blood holes were left. He knelt down, and the life force disappeared as it left his body quickly. Xiao, the third arrow arrived, and the old man was nailed to the ground, kneeling but not collapsing. Too terrifying, too terrifying. The old man that was the last one alive was both shocked and furious. Without even seeing the enemy, two of them already died and one was injured. He roared angrily, "Who's shooting arrows and hiding? Get the hell out! Come out!" Spiritual infant tier warriors were powerful. Despite being thousands of meters away, this roar still reached Ling Han as if it was spoken near his ear, well within reach. Ling Han sneered and compressed his voice into a monotonous key, then said, "Wasn't you guys who first launched a sneak attack, seeking to kill me?" "It's you." The old man suddenly realized. Such deep schemes. So you followed behind the carriage the whole time, and used the carriage as bait. He didn't know about the existence of the Black Tower. So, as he saw it, this was the most reasonable explanation. "Aren't you in the flower blossom tier? How can you be so strong?" the old man cried out again. This was certainly too unbelievable. 2 of 3 great spiritual infant tier elites were instantly killed by a flower blossom tier boy, and the living one was also injured. "How'd you guys guess that I was Ling Han?" Ling Han asked. "Haha. Everyone is talking about this in Million Treasure City. Is there anyone who doesn't know?" The old man laughed loudly, evidently trying to provoke Ling Han. "Everyone's talking about it." Ling Han frowned. It wouldn't be strange for a few people to guess his identity, but everyone was discussing it? Now that was fishy. Someone definitely spread the news intentionally. Someone immediately surfaced in his mind Le. He destroyed Yin Li's dreams with his own power, so it would be normal for Yin Lu to harbor resentment. Then, spreading the news that he was Ling Han everywhere, whether it was real or fake, he definitely would make many people target Ling Han. After all, it concerned the legacy of the 12 palaces and a divine treasure trove, so people would rather mistakenly kill than let him go, right? "Old man, do you have any last words to say?" Ling Han said. He was in the process of recovering power. After firing 3 more arrows, his body was as if it had been drawn empty in extremely unbearable feeling. The old man said nothing. He obviously didn't want to die, as thoughts of all sorts of escape plans circled his mind. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Ling Han was exhausted at the moment, whether it was escaping or counterattacking. Now was the best time. However, he was scared stiff by Ling Han's 6 arrows earlier, so how would he still dare to rashly take action? After a while, Ling Han recovered origin power and drew the bow again. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Another 3 consecutive arrows were fired. "Ah!" the old man screamed tragically. It was useless, even if he guarded with all his efforts. Exterminating Dragonstar arrow was really too fast and too unstoppable. With each arrow fired, it was as if even heaven and earth were about to change colors. Ling Han summoned Hunyao and Hellion Sun Shui from Black Tower and said, "Let's go flog the cur that's drowning in water." They chased over. The poor old man was hit by 4 arrows, but didn't dare to pull out the arrows to heal his injuries, still guarding against Ling Han's next wave of attacks. Never would he have thought Ling Han would charge over with 2 girls. The old man's arms were penetrated by the sharp arrows, and it was by 2 arrows. His lower abdomen was struck by 1 arrow, and his left chest area was struck by another arrow, so it made him appear extremely wretched. Seeing the 3 people rush over, he was first startled, and then his killing intent raged like flames. The unknown was the most terrifying. He didn't have the eye of truth and couldn't see Ling Han's position, so he couldn't possibly know when Ling Han released another arrow, simply guarding with all his strength. However, it was different now. Ling Han showed up, and that potential threat was instantly removed. At such a close distance, even if Ling Han grasped the bow to shoot, he was completely capable of dodging the moment the arrow left the bowstring. After all, when an arrow was fired, it went from motionless to extreme speed. It was a process of accelerating. "Brat, die!" he roared loudly, and charged towards Ling Han as his brows spread in a towering rage. Yeah. Hellion Sun Shui swung the brick, but her eyes were closed. She did not dare to look at all. Still, she was nonetheless a heaven-tier elite, and even if she lost her memories, her instincts were still present. This brick was aimed extremely precisely. Pah! The old man was instantly smacked heavily, and sharp pain assaulted him. He was originally heavily injured and couldn't possibly endure this attack. Instantly his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Why, you killed him. You're going to be disliked by Ling Han. Hunyo immediately said. Helian Sun Shuet instantly cried out and threw away the brick, hugging Ling Han tightly as she said, Han Han, don't dislike me. I'm going to be strangled to death. I'm going to die. Ling Han stuck his tongue out. This Hai Nyo's brute force was definitely more than spiritual infant tears, and with a simple squeeze, she made his bones crackle, almost breaking them. Helian Sun Shui hurriedly let go, then picked up the brick, looking like she was mistreated. Ling Han sighed and said, Hunyo, don't provoke this big girl again, or else I really might die from your mouth. Hunyo giggled, stuck her tongue out at Helian Sun Shui, and said Nyo doesn't like her. Stronger than Nyo, eats more than Nyo, bad. Ling Han delivered a last hit, killing the last old man. He then searched the spatial rings on the 3 old men's bodies. With a glance, he discovered that these 3 people had quite a generous amount of possessions, with several thousand pieces of 3-star origin crystals and few dozen pieces of 4-star origin crystals. Robbing is truly faster for making money than pill refining. Am I in the wrong business? He laughed and retrieved all the 9 arrows. Absorbing the blood of spiritual infant tier warriors, the 9 arrows were dyed with a layer of baleful presence, becoming even sharper. The effect produced by exterminating Dragon Star Arrow and the Eye of Truth is truly amazing. Ling Han exclaimed. However, these were 2 mystical powers. Without the utmost power, how could they deserve such a label? The 2 mystical powers added together were obviously even more frightening. Should I go back to kill Yinluo? Ling Han mulled over. Chapter 585, Thieves on the Lake. Chapter 585, Thieves on the Lake. Reverie _ Considering it for a moment, Ling Han finally gave up the tempting idea. After all, Yinlu was hidden in the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, where Heaven Tier and even Shattering Void Tier elites kept watch, so trying to kill him was way too difficult. He'd kill him in the future. Yinlu was just a nobody anyway. Ling Han no longer employed a carriage. He just went through the mountains and forests with the 3 girls. Accompanied by beauties, he flirted with Zhu Xianair, the exceptionally beautiful fairy, from time to time, and was teased by Helian Sun Shui, the endearingly silly girl, from time to time, and contested against Hunyo for meat. His simple life was actually very comfortable. After 7 days, a vast expanse of water appeared before them. It wasn't a sea, but an inland lake, though it was vaster than an ocean. It was called Yangzhong Lake. Sailing across with a boat would be too slow, so the 4 of them treaded on water. With their abilities, even the lake water's surface's slight tension was enough for them, letting them traverse as if on land. However, treading on water was different from dashing on the ground, after all, and it was unbearable after 1 day. At night, they searched for an island to rest, and after a good sleep, they continued to advance on the 2nd day. This inland lake was ridiculously large, as expected. After 3 days, they still hadn't gone out of it. After referencing the map, it turned out they only walked half of the route. In front, a dense fog suddenly appeared an expanse of white. According to the legends, there's a 1,000-year-old flood dragon here, swallowing clouds and spitting mists, and it's the source of the mist on the lake. Not sure if it's real or fake, though. Ling Han stopped in his tracks and didn't enter the mist right away. Hunyo immediately clapped her hands and shouted, Nyo wants to eat flood dragon meat. Being able to live 1,000 years, this flood dragon at least advanced to the Heaven Tier. Let's not deliver it any food, Ling Han said with a smile. Hunyo pouted her small mouth, appearing very pitiful. She still hadn't eaten flood dragon meat before. However, we do have a true dragon's descendant who might be able to coerce the flood dragon, Ling Han said. Who? Helian Sun Shui said in an extremely curious manner. Ling Han and the others all gazed at her. Of course it's you. Me. Helian Sun Shui pointed at herself, shook her head repeatedly, and said, I'm a human, not a beast. Let's go. If we encounter that flood dragon, we can hide and let this Hainyo deal with it, Ling Han said with a smile, then said to Helian Sun Shui, hold the brick well. If something comes out later to sneak attack us, you smash it. Yes. Helian Sun Shui nodded forcefully. She didn't know about tears. Otherwise, if she'd known, she would have definitely closed her eyes in fright. After all, she thought she lacked the strength to fight an opponent so strong. The four walked forward. The mist carried an intense fishy smell, which made people want to puke. It was no wonder people guessed that there was a flood dragon there, judging by the fishy smell. There definitely was a big fellow in the lake. Ong! A deep sound resonated. Ripples immediately surged on the lake's surface and formed a raging tide, which was over 3 meters tall, crashing towards the four of them. They hurriedly flew up and evaded the raging wave. Hong! The wave swept past them, but immediately another wave surged, crashing over heavily. After at least 10 waves, the water's surface finally calmed down. That big guy yawned. Ling Han said, astounded. It was truly hard to imagine how massive of a body this lake beast had, producing such a large commotion with just a yawn. Be careful, Zhu Xian Air reminded. They carefully advanced, yet they discovered nothing all along. It was mainly because this mist was too strange, greatly influencing their vision. As they walked, a colossal thing suddenly appeared in front of them. They thought they encountered that large fellow, but looking again, it wasn't any beast, but a ship. What a large ship, pitch black all over. It was like a black dragon. This inland lake was so large that merchant ships obviously coursed there regularly. But what they encountered was definitely not a merchant ship, because at the ship's bow was a skeleton man statue, which emitted a malevolent aura. In the mist, this giant ship finally revealed its entire length. It was 30 m long and only 3 meters wide, so it gave people the feeling that it was extremely like a snake and a dragon. Yo, we're pretty lucky. We've actually encountered 2 big, beautiful girls. Boss, there's also a small, beautiful girl. Pa, you damned pervert. You can even take a liking to such a small little girl? I'm ashamed to be in your company. 2 people appeared on the bow of the ship, both male and in their 40s. One was tall and sturdy, and the other was short and skinny. They just so happened to be 2 extremes. However, what was unacceptable was that the short one was the boss, while the tall one looked wretched all over the face as his eyeballs slithered, having no lofty image at all. The short and skinny man stared at Ling Han and said, Little brother, why not gather up here? This brother most loves to help people, so how about you let me give you guys a ride? Ling Han smiled faintly and said, I think we're on different paths, right? I appreciate your goodwill, but you take the open road and I'll cross the log bridge. The short and skinny man's face instantly turned grim as he said, Are you rejecting me? I hate being rejected the most. Not good. The boss is getting mad, the tall man hurriedly cried out while covering his head, appearing extremely panic-stricken. This act was really quite stiff. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh loudly and said, How do you get mad? I'm rather looking forward to it. Once our boss gets mad, blood covers mountains and rivers, and all living creatures go extinct, the tall man said. Boy, I advise you to surrender without delay. Don't provoke my boss into a towering rage. Too late, the slim man yelled. Lads, charge and kill that brat, and take down those 2 big beauties. And the little one, I like her, the tall man hurriedly said. Shio, 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 shio. Several hundred men instantly jumped down from the black ship, wearing black-colored armor that flickered with a strange glare. Ling Han made a slight sound of surprise, staring at those armors, and said, "Hu Niu, Xian Er, you guys go." "Yes." Zhu Xian Er agreed softly, while Hu Niu roared and already charged up. Helian Sun Shui obviously stayed behind Ling Han's back obediently and raised the brick nervously, looking like she'd smack whoever dared to come. Pung, pung, pung! Hu Niu unleashed her great might with a punch and a kick, sending those black-armored men flying like they were made of rice straws. Her progression was not slow at all, also reaching the late stage of the flower blossom tier, and on top of her freakishness, her battle prowess was obviously terrifying. The strange thing was that under her claw attacks, these people's armors actually didn't shatter into pieces. Zhu Xian Er immediately realized that something was off. The opponents were all very weak, most of them being at the spiritual ocean tier, with a few spiritual pedestal tier honors. Normally, they should be easily suppressed by her, a peak spiritual pedestal tier elite. However, she slashed with her 100-ray sword, yet couldn't tear open these people's armors. 100-ray sword was the new sword Ling Han forged for her. It was forged from 7th tier rare metal, and although it hadn't become a spirit tool, its sharpness was no inferior to that of one. Strange, truly strange, the defensive power of the armors on these people was too astonishing. Chapter 586, Origin Crystal Cannon. Chapter 586, Origin Crystal Cannon. Reverie _ A chaotic fight ensued. Zhu Xianer and Hu Niu had the definite advantage in tier, but the opponent's armors were extremely strange, hard to damage with sharp weapons even. Hu Niu's claws were unable to rip them open. Thus, although these people hacked out blood continuously from being struck by heavy impacts, none of them died. Hu Niu was infuriated. She leapt out and bit fiercely at a person's armor, and actually forcibly bit off a chunk, showing exactly how frightening her teeth were. "Monster!" these river thieves all cried out. In their impression, these armors were indestructible, at least amongst the enemies they met before. There were none who could damage them. Zhu Xian also changed her tactics and only warded off blows with her 100-ray sword, while her left hand formed a palm and pressed towards these people's chests, attempting to penetrate the armor with overbearing power to kill them directly. However, she never would have anticipated that these armors actually also had the effect of absorbing brute force. She was clearly at the peak stage of the spiritual pedestal tier, but the destructive power of her palm attack was decreased steeply to the spiritual ocean tier, and could only slightly injure a few river thieves. Interesting, interesting. Ling Han nodded continuously. These people's armors were truly an eye-opener. However, these armors were also just armors and not spirit tools that could be activated to form shields. So Zhu Xian changed her battle style again, thrusting directly at the neck and eyes that were unprotected. Now, these river thieves were doomed. They couldn't possibly block a peak stage, spiritual pedestal tier elite, not to mention Zhu Xian, who was a North Region's prodigy. Earlier, she just didn't want to see blood, and now that her desire to kill arose, these people couldn't possibly resist her attacks. Hu Niu liked to compete, so after proving she could beat the armor, she instantly lost interest, waving her small fists repeatedly as river thieves were killed one by one with a strike to the head. Her killing temperament was extremely terrifying, and now that it welled up, her eyes immediately turned red as she carried out an endless hunt for the river thieves. "Boss, we can't hold on any longer!" the river thieves cried out one after another. Some already ran back to the black ship. Lax in discipline, they were just a group of untrained troops. The skinny and short man snorted and said, "A bunch of good-for-nothings, isn't this ruining my big metal head's awe-inspiring reputation? Come, prepare the Origin Crystal Cannon and bomb this brat to death." "Boss, why bomb that brat to death?" the tall man asked. "To catch the bandits, first catch the ringleader. Shoot the horse before the man. This brat looks like the leader at a glance. Kill him, and obviously everything will be fine. Moreover, are you willing to bomb that beautiful girl into mush?" Big Metal Head said in contempt. The tall man scratched his head and said, I'm willing. Boss, it's not like you don't know me. I only like little girls and little boys. Get lost, you pervert. On the black ship, several windows opened, and several shiny black cannon muzzles wormed out, pointing at Ling Han while emitting a shockingly chilling glare. Ling Han instantly felt alert on the inside. He hurriedly shook off Hellion Sun Shui and said, Hai Nyo, stand to the side. This thing seems quite fierce. As his voice fell, Xiao, 3 flashes of white light shot out, firing towards Ling Han. This speed was really fast. It was fast to the point that the moment he reacted, he'd already suffered the attack. It already arrived before him and couldn't be dodged. In that instant, Ling Han already made a judgment in his mind. This was equivalent to spiritual infant tier attack, so if he activated the lightning barrier, he would at least have 30% certainty to block it. However, he had no time to do so. Hong, 3 flashes of white light surged by, but Ling Han already vanished without a sign. The next instant he appeared again and scathed. He entered the black tower. Pooh! On the black ship, everyone stared agape. In their impressions, once the origin crystal cannon fired, then anyone and everyone would be bombed into sludge. How come not a damn thing happened to this brat? Fire! Fire again! Big Metal Head bawled. Ling Han flew up and charged towards the black ship. He didn't want to become a living target. The cannon's muzzle moved and kept aiming at him, but Ling Han carried out the demon fairy step, appearing suddenly on the left and suddenly on the right. It was so truly vexingly strange that those who watched couldn't capture his trace and couldn't fire even once in a long amount of time. Once this origin crystal cannon was employed, Flower Blossom tier elites certainly couldn't dodge it because their speeds were far inferior. However, the cannon's muzzle still had to be aimed at Ling Han before it was fired. With this time as buffer, how could a few spiritual ocean tier and spiritual pedestal tier cannoneers capture Ling Han's silhouette? In a few steps, Ling Han already arrived in the sky above the ship and slashed towards Big Metal Head right away. To catch the bandits, first capture the ring leader, that was what this guy had said. However, Big Metal Head simply looked coldly at Ling Han, having no intention of dodging the sword attack at all. Whoa! The sword struck down, but a black light screen blocked this attack. Big Metal Head grinned and roared fiercely, Ha ha ha, fire! Instantly, 3 flashes of white light fired over, and this time they aimed towards this direction in advance, as if knowing Ling Han would definitely be obstructed at this position. This ship was strange. Ling Han hurriedly entered the black tower again, then immediately came out. He was fast to the point that with most people's reaction speed, they would be unaware that he disappeared for that instant. Even Big Metal Head, who was also at the Flower Blossom tier, felt like he had an illusion, feeling as if his eyes suddenly seemed to have problems as he saw Ling Han flash away for a moment. This ship, where did you guys get it? Ling Han asked in curiosity. Those solid armors, this ship's defense, and the origin crystal artillery shells, such armed force should belong to some super force. So how come it ended up in the hands of a few river thieves? None of your business. Big Metal Head snorted. Our boss said none of your business. The tall man parroted. You shut the hell up. Hurry and command the cannoneers to shoot down all of these people. Big Metal Head slapped him. Boss, didn't you say you're unwilling to kill these 2 beauties? The tall man said, feeling wronged. Nonsense. Our brothers were all killed by them. Who still cares about beautiful or not? Kill them all. Big Metal Head said ruthlessly. Kill them. Kill them. The tall man became excited and ran towards the cabin. Ling Han frowned. His figure shifted, arriving beside Zhu Xian'er. He said, Xian'er, enter the black tower first. Yes. Zhu Xian'er immediately nodded and didn't even ask why. Xiao, her figure immediately disappeared. Ling Han also put Hunyo into the Black Tower. Helian Sun Shui couldn't be put in, but didn't need to be. Her physical arts already surpassed the spiritual infant tier, and she didn't need to fear some origin crystal cannon. Where's that big and small girl? Bewilderment was written all over Big Metalhead's face. How did two living people suddenly disappear? He wasn't stupid, and immediately slapped his thigh in realization. That's how you evaded earlier. Chapter 587, Interrogation. Chapter 587, Interrogation. Reverie _ You've guessed right, but no, there is no reward. Ling Han laughed loudly and flew up again. With Purple Bale sword in hand, he carried out the demon fairy step, not giving the opponent time to aim at him, while he himself was accumulating power, preparing to fire the ultimate move. The 10,000 techniques returned to one. Mysterious 3000 was used to attack numerous enemies. It worked like a charm, but when used to attack something solid, the 10,000 techniques returned to one was obviously more kick-ass. Gathering 3,000 attacks into one attack, the destructive power was just unimaginable. Fire! Big Metal Head cried out. The cannon muzzles kept moving, yet they couldn't aim at Ling Han, so the cannoneers thought they might as well give up on him as they turned it towards Helian Sun Shui. Helian Sun Shui was instantly scared, dreadfully pale, and said to Ling Han, I didn't hit them, so why are they hitting me? Because they're bad guys, and bad guys don't reason with you, Ling Han explained. So against bad guys, you don't have to reason. Just swing the brick and smash. Oh. Helian Sun Shui nodded, made a gesture to aim, and then with a xiao hurled the brick. The brick flew fiercely, and when it was about to smash into the black ship, a black screen suddenly appeared on the surface of the ship, forming a shield just like before. However, this time, the light screen didn't have the expected effect. With a pung, the light screen was entirely shattered by the brick. The brick's momentum remained unstopped as it continued to sink into the hull. Next, pung, pung, pang. Pung sounds kept resounding, and xiao, the brick flew out the other end of the hull like a meteor, shooting fiercely in out the distance. My brick! Helian Sun Shui cried out, and hurriedly chased after it, treading on water. Hong long long. The black ship let out a strange sound, and as flames and black smoke emerged, the hull began to tilt. The ship was actually sinking. Ling Han grimaced. Helian Sun Shui's throw of the brick was truly kick-ass, directly sinking a large-scale spirit tool of a treasure ship. Pung! 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 The hull started to explode. The large cannons on the ship could turn origin crystals into attacks, which was an impressive thing, but also extremely unstable. Now that the hull was on a big fire, these origin crystals that had been specially processed also detonated. This was equivalent to several hundreds of spiritual infant tier experts attacking from within the hull. The destructive power created was too terrifying, and the entire ship almost instantly disintegrated. Most of the lake thieves couldn't even react, as they were directly blown into smithereens, and only Big Metalhead and his tall assistant escaped in time. After all, they were at the flower blossom tier, and while not being able to fend against spiritual infant tier was one matter, acting quickly according to circumstances and escaping in time still was another, and it left them with a slim chance of survival. Unfortunately, Ling Han was waiting for them. Pa, pa. Ling Han knocked them out with 2 slaps and directly brought them into the Black Tower. Han Han! Han Han! Helian Sun Shui carried the brick back, and when she saw Ling Han suddenly disappear on spot, she couldn't help but be very displeased. This guy would sometimes suddenly disappear, causing her to wait for a long while so terrible. Inside the Black Tower, Ling Han slapped the 2 awake. Since they entered the Black Tower, they wouldn't be leaving for the rest of this life. Considering that they were lake thieves, they definitely didn't hold back in killing people, and the punishment of life in prison wasn't excessive. Where's this place? After Big Metalhead woke up, he was instantly shocked. Boss, where are we? The tall man grabbed onto Big Metalhead's arm in fright. You ask me, but whom the heck do I ask? Big Metalhead immediately lashed the tall man's head. Ling Han coughed once and said, You guys are now my captives. If I want you guys to live, you guys can live. If I want you guys to become eunuchs, you guys will be missing a stick. Hiss! The two hurriedly covered their crotches with their hands. Weren't men called men precisely because they had a stick? Ling Han laughed mischievously and reached out with his hand, gesturing a pull on the left and right. Big Metalhead and the tall man's hands were separated by an invisible power. Their bodies began to float, and their limbs were pulled into the shape of the character. Big Metalhead's face was scared pale, and he hurriedly warned Ling Han, Don't you mess around. My boss is really intimidating. If you dare harm a single hair of mine, my boss will definitely slaughter you. Ling Han uttered a in surprise and said, Aren't you the boss? I'm their boss, but I still have a boss. Big Metalhead said, straightening his neck. I'll advise you now, don't ever go against my boss. Although my boss is also in the Flower Blossom tier, he's mastered many strange things, and his battle prowess is too terrifying. Oh, just like that ship? Ling Han said thoughtlessly. HM, mine's only a silver dragon ship, but our boss uses a golden dragon ship. That's called impressive. Big Metalhead said proudly. Ling Han intentionally sighed and said, First time seeing a captive act so proud. Whatever, I'll castrate you first. Castrate? You can't castrate me. Big Metalhead's face was frightened green. You're not scared of my boss finding you for revenge. Not scared. Ling Han smiled. Those words were clear and simple, but Big Metalhead didn't know how to retort. On the side, the tall man didn't even dare to fart in fear that Ling Han would notice him. Ling Han summoned the bone sword and said, I'll ask once and you guys answer once. Answer together. Whoever is slower in replying, I'll slice off his nut. After slicing off the nuts, I'll slice the stick. You guys count for yourselves just how many nuts and sticks there are for me to slice. Wasn't this simple enough? 2 nuts, the tall man said. 1 nut, Big Metalhead said almost in the same breath. Evidently, Ling Han's threats were effective. Huh, boss, you only have a single nut? The tall man immediately asked in curiosity. Ha 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 ha, cracks me the hell up. How could there be a person with 2 nuts? Big Metalhead laughed loudly, tears almost coming out from laughter. Were these 2 people buffoons? Ling Han flashed the bone sword, making the 2 shut up, then said, Who is you guys' boss? Feng Wei-Chi. Big Metalhead. Ling Han glanced at the tall man. Was this guy truly an idiot? He then looked at Big Metalhead and said, What's this Feng Wei-Chi's background? I don't know either. I was originally the overlord here, rampaging on these waters. Who didn't fear me? However, our boss is even more impressive. After coming here 3 years ago, our boss subdued me and gave me that ship, making me even more formidable, Big Metalhead said. And that armor, Feng Wei-Chi also gave to you? Ling Han asked again. Yes. Big Metalhead nodded honestly. Feng Wei-Chi, where's he now? Ling Han asked. Big Metalhead somewhat hesitated, but when the bone sword flashed and a gush of blood came over his crotch, he instantly shivered in fright and said, Our boss is at Blackwood Island. He's always there. And where's Blackwood Island? In the dense fog lake's southwest corner. Ordinary people can't find it at all. Big Metalhead actually revealed a proud look, but immediately felt his nut in pain, causing his expression to collapse. Chapter 588, Blackwood Island. Chapter 588, Blackwood Island. Reverie _ Ling Han nodded and said, Take me there. But our boss ruled that we can only go there once every month to deliver beautiful girls, Big Metalhead said with a distressed expression. There are restrictions everywhere around Blackwood Island. And if our boss isn't too happy, not only will no one be able to go in, they'll also be killed. With a swoosh, Ling Han slashed with the sword, and instantly blood gushed again. Ah! Big Metal Head screamed tragically. Ah! The tall man also screamed tragically. After Big Metal Head screamed a few times, he looked towards the lofty man and said, I was the one that was sliced. What are you screaming for? Boss, the one who was sliced this time wasn't you, it was me, the tall man said as tears flowed out his eyes. Big Metal Head lowered his head to look, and when he discovered that his stick was still present, he instinctively felt very reassured and even revealed a smile thoughtlessly. Boss, I lost a nut. Why are you still laughing? The tall man was extremely gloomy. I lived with a single nut for over 80 years. What the heck are you afraid of? Big Metal Head sneered. Ling Han sighed and said, Which one of you will take me to Blackwood Island? Big Metal Head and the tall man shook their heads simultaneously. Whether it was privately taking an outsider to Blackwood Island or going to Blackwood Island at an unregulated time, it was a road to death. Compared to their lives, nuts and sticks weren't much. Ling Han cracked a smile and said, Whoever takes me, I'll let live. And as for the one who doesn't listen, he'll be fertilizer here. I'll go. Big Metal Head and the tall man shouted simultaneously. Don't you guys value loyalty quite a lot? Ling Han smiled. What's loyalty? Is it edible? The two of them said shamelessly. Ling Han couldn't help but be speechless. Whoever received these two subordinates would truly be out of luck. He first exited the Black Tower, but seeing that he'd already sunk deep into the lake, he hurriedly swam upwards. He broke through the water and instantly saw a black shadow pounce over, tightly locking onto his neck. Han, bad, I was so scared alone. It was obviously Hellion Sun Shui. Stop strangling, I'm going to die. Ling Han said with his tongue sticking out. This woman didn't know tears, and naturally didn't know just how strong she was, clinging on to him desperately. If it weren't for his attainment of iron sheet body, he truly might be strangled to death. Hellion Sun Shui finally let go, feeling aggrieved, but her left hand pulled on the hem of his clothes, while her right hand carried the brick. Her mood was extremely unbeautiful, and she very much wanted to smash someone. Ling Han took Big Metal Head out and had him point the way as the three headed towards Blackwood Island. Inside the dense fog, one sense of direction was completely unreliable. Big Metal Head took out a compass and kept adjusting the direction, leading them forward. Ling Han swept a glance at it and said, This compass is not bad. A normal compass would be ineffective here. Therefore, a compass that could still work was quite amazing. This was bestowed on me by our boss. Big Metal Head said proudly. Under the guidance of the compass, they still traveled for 2 days. An indistinct black shadow appeared in front, as if a massive crawling beast, its size immeasurable. That's the Blackwood Island, Big Metal Head said. Can I hide first? Why hide? Aren't you and your boss sworn friends? Ling Han said with a smile. Go, lead the way ahead and open the door, or else I'll chop you up. Brother, you can't play me like this. Big Metal Head was on the verge of crying. Our boss said that we could only come at the beginning of every month to bring over the kidnapped beauties and replenish the exhausted origin crystal cannons while at it. Coming at this time, our boss would ignore us and use the restrictions to kill all of us. Don't worry, I'll cover you, Ling Han said with a smile. Big Metal Head looked at him with a gaze full of doubt, apparently not in the least confident in what the other party said. Ling Ran raised the bone sword and said, You can bet if you don't lead the way, you'll immediately die. Lead the way, and you'll have a chance of survival. If your head's still any good, you should know what to choose. With a long face, Big Metal Head said, I'll lead the way. They continued onwards, and soon the dense fog dispersed. A large island appeared ahead, its shape like a new moon. At first glance, The entire island was dark. Examining closely, quite a lot of trees grew on the island, but each was like a metal tree, black like ink and bare without a single leaf. They stood there like a forest of metal spears. Big Metal Head brought them to a mile off the island, stopped, and said in a low voice, "Going any further will trigger the restrictions." After explaining to Ling Han, he raised his voice and said, "Brothers on the island, I'm Big Metal Head, here to deliver goods for the boss." After a short while, a voice came from the island. "Deliver goods? Today's the 15th. It's still far from the beginning of the month. Boss Metal, it's not like you don't know Big Brother's rules." Big Metal Head moved aside and said, pointing at Hellion Sun Shui, "Hee, the goods this time are especially beautiful, so I wanted to deliver it in advance." Being about 500 meters apart, even Flower Blossom tier elites might not be able to clearly see Hellion Sun Shui's looks, and could only see that she was a woman. "Boss Metal, don't you make things difficult for us. Big Brother's rules can't be broken." A voice sounded from the island again. "You idiots, blockheads, can't get it straight?" Big Metal Head yelled, "If the boss knew that such a beautiful girl was delivered next month, your heads are going to fall. Can you guys carry this responsibility?" He paused shortly, then went on, "All right, if you guys don't believe it, then send a ship to examine for yourselves." There was no sound from the island, but after a short while a small ship sailed over. Ling Han was astounded. Big Metal Head looked stupid, but was actually an expert when it came to acting. It made sense. It was precisely because he gave a stupid impression. So who would still doubt that he would be smart enough to deceive people? But with a bit of thought, being able to advance into the Flower Blossom tier, would he really be an idiot? Would anyone? The small boat sailed over and stopped 3 meters away. This distance naturally allowed for clear vision. She truly is a beauty. A symbol of beauty. Tender like water. There were 4 people on the ship, all staring at Hellion Sun Shui and almost drooling. "Humph, now you know that I'm speaking the truth, right?" Big Metal Head snorted. "Big Brother Metal, who's this guy?" The 4 people on the ship stared at Ling Han. "He's my underling," Big Metal Head said with neither a flushed face nor any gasping. "Ah, Big Brother Metal, you're injured." The 4 people looked towards Big Metal Head's lower body and could clearly see traces of blood. "Training too diligently, I suffered a small injury." Big Metal Head spouted nonsense. "Big Brother Metal, you truly are fine." The 4 people stuck there, thumbs up all together. Ling Han couldn't help but shed cold sweat. Chapter 589 Puppet. Chapter 589 Puppet. Reverie _ Big Metal Head snorted and said, "Well, let us in." Hee, Big Metal Head, hold on. The small boat sailed forward again, and soon a strange brilliance flashed. It was as if it went through a sticky space, forcibly squeezing out. "Big Brother Metal, please come up," the 4 people said. Ling Han and the others got on the small boat, and the 4 people rowed again, squeezing back in. Why is this chick holding a brick? When the 4 people saw Hellion Sun Shui carrying the brick, they couldn't help but wonder whether this chick was thinking of smacking their boss with it. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "This girl lacks a sense of safety. The brick's used for personal protection." The 4 gave a smothered laugh and said, "Following our big brother, she'll definitely feel completely safe." Ling Han no longer paid attention to them. A few hundred meters of distance was only a few rows for experts to arrive at the shore. This Blackwood Island not only had strange, black-colored trees growing everywhere. Even the land was also black, and the feeling it gave when stepping on it was very hard. "Where's the boss?" Big Metal Head asked. "Big Brother's obviously still in the cave," a random soldier said casually. "Where's the cave?" Ling Han interrupted. The random soldier sized up Ling Han and said, "Boss Metal, your underling is somewhat bad-mannered. Is this something he should be asking? Pa. Big Metal Head revealed a fierce look and immediately slapped the random soldier on the ear, shouting, "You reply when asked. Where's all this blabber coming from?" The 4 random soldiers were all startled. How come he turned hostile so suddenly? They looked at each other and said, "Boss Metal, Big Brother instructed that when he's inside the underground cave, he won't tolerate being bothered. Since you've already delivered the beauty, please leave." "Brother, what do you say?" Big Metal Head asked Ling Han. "Dress it cold," Ling Han said, smiling. "Take care of them all." "Yes, brother." Big Metal Head immediately attacked. Pa, 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 pa. For palm attacks were released by him, and the 4 people's heads immediately burst as they turned into 4 corpses. Ling Han summoned Hunyao. This little girl was quite clever and mischievous, and there was no need to worry about her encountering a life-threatening danger. As for Zhu Xian'er, she was better off staying in the Black Tower. Although she was a genius, she was far from comparable to Hunyao in freakishness. "The cave! Lead the way!" Ling Han kicked Big Metal Head, who was still in shock with Hunyao's sudden appearance. A spatial spirit tool that could accommodate living things was something he'd never heard of, and obviously shocked him. In front, Big Metal Head led the way, while Ling Han and the others followed behind. Hellion Sun Shui looked at the surroundings full of curiosity as she pulled on the hem of Ling Han's clothes, always looking like a mistreated wife. There was obviously a lot of random soldiers on the island, but Big Metal Head cleared the way. He was a flower blossom tier elite anyway, so he kept on killing a soldier whenever he discovered one, vicious and cruel, as befitting his identity as a lake thief. But once time went on, he obviously couldn't silence everyone, and suddenly the island's alarm sounded. Pung, pung, pung. A large sound could be heard as 3 giant monsters appeared. These were truly monsters, human-shaped but towering at 3 meters, and their entire bodies gleamed with brilliance of black, colored metals. They were 3 iron men. Puppets! Ling Han was astounded. Previously, many people thought that the rock spirit was a puppet, but in reality, the 3 big guys before them were the true puppets. With a thought, he summoned the rock spirit and said, "Beat them up!" The rock spirit instantly pounded its chest and charged out fiercely, engaging in a fierce battle with the 3 iron men. They all seemed inhuman, but both parties had massive differences. Puppets are puppets, and like corpse soldiers, they lacked life. However, the rock spirit was completely different. It was a life that was birthed by miraculous rocks of heaven and earth, being able to continuously grow and evolve. Now, the rock spirit already reached the peak stage of the flower blossom tier, and only lacked a few opportunities to break through to the spiritual infant tier. However, it didn't rely on its own comprehension to break through, absorbing the power of rare rocks to complete this key leap. "Go, find the cave. Don't stop," Ling Han said to Big Metal Head. "Yes, yes." When Big Metal Head saw the rock spirit unleashing its divine might, completely suppressing the 3 iron men puppets, he couldn't help but be shaken. As he saw it, these 3 puppets were invincible at the flower blossom tier. They were impervious to sword and spears, difficult to injure with sharp tools, and their power was inexhaustible. However, they were beaten helplessly by Ling Han's stone puppet, almost turning into 3 iron sheets. "Brother, please follow me." He was becoming more respectful. The scale in his heart was completely titled in Ling Han's favor. They arrived halfway up the mountain. A giant hole was dug open by the hillside, revealing a dark and indistinct space. A few torches were lit sporadically inside, and part of the conditions inside could be seen indistinctly. Pung, 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 pung. A loud bang could be heard as the rock spirit rushed over, obviously having eliminated the 3 puppets. Ling Han walked inside the cave and activated the Eye of Truth. Even if the cave was all dusky, it didn't influence the range of his vision. He clearly saw how shockingly large the cave's space was, as big as a small town. Moreover, The silhouettes of several places were strange. An idea occurred to him, and he said, "The silver dragon ship that Feng Wei-Chi gave you, was it taken out of here?" "Ha, brother, you're truly godlike, guessing even this," Big Metal Head said, astounded. This time he really wasn't bootlicking, but was really shocked. Ling Han didn't guess randomly. The cave's shape was very strange, and if ships were to be placed here, they would be able to fill up the long, dented pits exactly. In other words, Feng Wei-Chi discovered an ancient historical site and obtained treasures. He stayed here the entire day, obviously excavating more precious things. Ling Han was truly interested now. The Silver Dragon ship was kick-ass. The Origin crystal cannon posed an absolute threat to even Flower Blossom tier warriors, and the light screen that spread out even reached the spiritual infant tier. Presumably, the Gold Dragon ship was definitely stronger. Feng Wei-Chi was still below excavating, so is there an even more shocking discovery left? Ling Han walked quickly and headed into the depth of the cave. There were traces of excavation everywhere. Many things should have been unearthed. Presumably, the 3 puppets were also unearthed here. After walking a few steps, Ling Han suddenly felt alerted and immediately swung his sword. Hunyo's reaction wasn't slow either as she charged out roaring. Pung pung! 2 silver-colored leviathans appeared. They were 2 puppets, but this time they weren't Iron Men, they were Silver Men. Not as hard as the Iron Men. These 2 Silver Men were instead like humans, possessing surprising dexterity. Ling Han swept his sword and punched. The bodies of the silver-colored puppets were immediately dented, yet not broken. They swayed a few times like water rippling and neutralized the 2's attacks. While still at the Flower Blossom tier, in terms of defense, they were a whole lot stronger than the Iron Men earlier. Rigidity was easily broken. These 2 puppets completely overcame this flaw. Chapter 590, Origin Mercury. Chapter 590, Origin Mercury. Reverie _ Ling Han was astounded and said, "What metal is this?" "It's actually like liquid." He struck with his sword a few more times, adhering sword chi onto the attacks. Pooh, piu, piu. 2 silver-colored puppets were wounded in several places, but immediately began to heal at an extremely fast pace. They were like water cut it open, yet it would be fine when restored. Pung, pung. The 2 silver puppets also launched attacks at Ling Han and the other 3. Though their bodies were tender like water when attacked, their 2 fists were extraordinarily fierce. As a fist landed, terrifying power circulated, extremely frightening. "Come, let's compare," Ling Han said with a smile, put away the long sword and clenched his fists, charging over. Pum! His 2 fists clashed fiercely with the silver puppets, and instantly the 2 silver puppets' forearms surged like waves at the same time, spreading from the fist to the shoulders. During this process, the power of Ling Han's punches was gradually neutralized, and when the strange sight reached the shoulders, the punch's power completely dissipated. Ling Han, however, didn't have such a physical structure and could only forcibly take this hit. Though his physique was the level of same-tier rare metal, and forcibly taking this hit was as if nothing had happened, his organs were still shocked a little. They recovered with indestructible heaven scroll circulating once. "Mother of God!" Big Metal Head cried out. His face was all green. He clearly knew the 2 silver puppets' destructive power and defensive power, and being unharmed after receiving Ling Han's punches was something he'd completely anticipated. However, Ling Han actually also took 2 punches head-on and was fine, making him extremely shocked. As he saw it, the 2 silver puppets were complete monsters, but Ling Han was more monstrous than the monsters. At least, the 2 monsters' arms still fluctuated. Ling Han revealed a smile and said, "I once heard of a strange metal called Origin Mercury, fluid in state and unbreakable with just heavy power. Presumably, these 2 puppets were made with Origin Mercury, which is why they have such strange properties." However, this thing fears fire the most. Ling Han shook both hands. The 5 elements Chaos Lotus was lightly fluttered, turning all origin power into the fire element. Instantly, raging flames were bound to both his hands. He leapt up and charged towards the 2 silver puppets again. Hong! His punch struck the pit of a silver puppet's stomach, and his fist sunk in without a doubt. However, if he pulled out his fist, the silver puppet would immediately recover its wounds. This time it wasn't so easy. Flames were ablaze on Ling Han's fists, and as the frighteningly high temperature circulated, the wound continued to expand. This puppet was like an ice cube that met a flame, immediately beginning to melt. Found it! Inside the puppet's broken chest cavity, a silver ball shimmered, covered with densely packed symbols. Puppet's heart. This was a puppet's brain, heart, and source of power. Without this thing, it would be just a pile of junk. Ling Han reached out to grab the heart, but infinite silver metal swirled, concealing the heart in order to prevent Ling Han from destroying it. Can you hide? Ling Han said with a smile. On his hand, the flames raged, and as the metal immediately melted continuously like a snow mantle, the heart appeared before his eyes again. Huh! The other silver puppet obviously wouldn't stare blankly, raising both its fists and smashing down on Ling Han's back. Ling Han didn't even turn his head, and simply pressed back with his left hand to block this attack. Pung! Before the silver puppet's attack even landed, Hellion Sin Shui had already stepped forward and swung the brick, smashing the silver puppet. She was quite violent, and under the smash, the silver puppet's entire body rippled and was sent flying, crashing heavily into a mountain's wall. With a paw, it was like an egg crack and splat, and it turned into a pile of liquid. However, the liquid immediately began to squirm and creep towards the exposed puppet's heart, apparently trying to reconstruct the body. This girl's brute force was truly terrifying, smashing such a strong puppet into pieces with a single attack. Ling Han reached out and grabbed the puppet's heart, pulling it out fiercely. The silver puppet immediately fell down feebly and continued to squirm, as if trying to turn into human shape, yet unable to do so no matter what. On the other side, Hunyo also picked up the second puppet's heart, disabling the puppet's combat ability. Ling Han waved his hand and stored the 2 silver puppets' bodies into the Black Tower. He was going to study them. Maybe the 2 puppets' ability to battle could still be restored. In the future, they could be left with his parents, acting as their protection. They continued towards the depths of the cave. Without walking far, another 4 silver puppets appeared, launching attacks towards them. Ling Han was too lazy to attack. He pushed Hellion Sin Shui out, and she shrieked as she swatted with the brick in a flurry. Pa, pa, pa. The 4 silver puppets were instantly smashed into pieces. Ling Han then unhurriedly picked up the puppets' hearts, easily neutralizing this wave of attack. Big Metal Head stared agape. The combination of the 3 was too frightening. From his point of view, the defense inside the cave was watertight, but in front of the 3 of them, this defense was like paper. Brother, this isn't the most formidable puppet. The most formidable one is gold. You must be careful, he warned, seeming to have completely swung in favor of Ling Han. It couldn't be helped. If Feng Weiqi discovered that he'd brought people here, Feng Weiqi definitely wouldn't forgive him, so he could only place his hopes on Ling Han. Gold? How strong is it? Ling Han asked. Big Metal Head thought for a while and guessed, I fear it's reached the spiritual infant tier. I've only heard that there is such a guardian, but never seen it before. Spiritual infant tier? Ling Han revealed a thoughtful look. Spiritual infant tier beings weren't too frightening. As long as Hellion Xuanxue or Hunyo restrained us slightly, he could focus and release 10,000 techniques returned to one explosive attack would be enough to cut down spiritual infant tier opponents. Not afraid. He laughed. They continued to advance. This entire mountainside was probably all hollowed out. The space inside was ridiculously large. After walking for a while, four lofty statues stood in front of them majestically, each at least 5 meters tall. Strange. I've never seen these rock statues before, Big Metal said, somewhat bewildered. A chilling glare flashed across Ling Han's eyes as he directly knocked out Big Metal Head and stored him into the Black Tower, then took out the Demon Birth Sword. He now had 3 high-class treasured swords, but Demon Birth Sword was definitely the strongest. This was undeniably a 10th-tier spirit tool. Ka, ka, ka. The 4 statues trembled slightly, with dust falling off them continuously. Pum! The 4 statues took a step forward at the same time and revealed a field of resplendent golden light. Frightening aura circulated, making one's skin almost feel as if it was ripped apart. Spiritual infant tier puppets, as expected. Hein Yo, you hold them first, Ling Han said with a smile, starting to accumulate power in preparation for unleashing the ultimate move. Chapter 591, Bottom of the Cave. Chapter 591, Bottom of the Cave. Reverie _ Helian Xuanxue charged up and swung the brick, smashing it at the 4 gold puppets. Her brute force definitely surpassed the spiritual infant tier. These 4 gold puppets were certainly in the spiritual infant tier, but in front of her they were fragile like infants as they were smacked flying continuously. However, it was unknown what these 4 puppets were made of, for they showed no signs of breaking even after being smacked by the brick. A shallow cavity in the process of recovering slowly was the only damage they took. This made Ling Han shocked, but if Feng Wei-Qi was here, he would definitely be even more shocked, although these puppets only had spiritual infant tier battle prowess. Their quality was the deity transformation tier. Yet, Helian Xuanxue made a cavity with a smash. In contrast, not a damn thing happened to the brick in her hand. It was clear that its hardness was above 8-tier rare metal. For Ling Han, accumulating power was just the time of a breath or 2. When standing off against a great, evenly matched enemy, this amount of time was enough to take his life, but he was now operating the sword without pressure and naturally soon finished. Make way! Ling Han shouted loudly and charged up. The Demon Birth Sword struck, and a thick, long sword chi immediately flew out as if a divine dragon, sweeping at a puppet, being locked onto by his sword intent, and with the strike so fast it was impossible to dodge. Moreover, the puppet didn't even have the thought of dodging, simply turning and swatting its palm at Ling Han. Pum! The sword light swept by, and the puppet was severed by the waist. However, Ling Han also took a palm and was instantly sent flying, spitting out a streak of blood. Spiritual infant tier was, after all, the spiritual infant tier. Even Ling Han's physique, that was comparable to 6th tier rare metal, was insufficient as the palm attack made him hack out blood. Fortunately, he still wore the Thunder Battle armor, and even if it wasn't activated, it still eliminated part of the strike's power. Otherwise, Ling Han wouldn't have gotten away with just hacking out a mouthful of blood. Ling Han found his footing, his face somewhat pale, but his mind, chi and spirit were brimming with activity. His entire body's chi and blood boiled as indestructible heaven's scroll circulated within his body. The wounds were in the process of recovering quickly. Ling Han, you're so great. Hunyo clapped. Ling Han cut such a large puppet cut in half with a single strike. Han, so great. Helian Xuanxue also clapped, forgetting that there were still 3 puppets attacking her. She immediately felt a gust of air, and it scared her into a wave of screams. She hurriedly swung the brick in her hand widely, and paw. The 3 puppets were sent flying once again. Ling Han targeted the second puppet. 10,000 techniques returned to 1 was truly kick-ass. If he had just used mysterious 3,000, then what effect could 3,000 attacks even have on deity transformation tier level rare metal? But now 10,000 techniques returned to one combined with the demon birth sword could even cut through such a rare metal. Of course, Ling Han also adhered a bone pattern into the sword qi, increasing its power. Otherwise, it would still be able to harm the puppet, but it would be questionable whether it could directly cut the puppet in half. He began to accumulate power, preparing for the second attack. These pitiful puppets had no intelligence at all. Otherwise, after suffering a loss, they'd kill him first, or at least stop him from unleashing an ultimate move. However, they all tangled with Hellion Sun Shui, almost as if they had to bite down this bone. Xiao! Ling Han struck with the sword again. For continuous strikes swept by, and the 4 puppets also turned into 8 chunks, with strange liquid oozing out from the severed areas, oily and unfamiliar. Ling Han didn't care that much, and first stored these puppets into the Black Tower. Maybe these scraps could be reused. He summoned Big Metalhead again and said, "Continue to lead the way." "Brother, those golden puppets." Big Metalhead asked with a dreadfully pale face. He had only heard that those puppets were shockingly strong, but had never personally witnessed them. Now Ling Han and the other 2 were here, but the 4 golden puppets disappeared. How could he not be shocked? Stirred suddenly by amorous feelings, they went to make love, Ling Han said thoughtlessly. Really? Big Metalhead's expression was full of doubt. Puppets also had needs in that aspect. None of your business. Hurry up and lead the way. Ling Han kicked him. Big Metalhead trembled as he said, "Brother, this place is too dangerous. If you make me take the lead, I'll die. Believe it or not, but I'll immediately make you die if you don't." Ling Han brandished the demon birth sword. Big Metalhead instantly didn't dare to speak anymore, and obediently stayed in front to lead the way. Clanking sounds were heard ahead, probably made in the process of excavating something, and there was evidently light passing through. Ling Han walked quickly ahead and saw an obelisk that hadn't been fully excavated. Below, many people were excavating, and it was unknown how much of it was left buried in the ground. This obelisk was entirely black, and a flash of lightning could be seen flickering indistinctly, which indicated this material's specialness. Could it be dark jade? Ling Han said to himself, No, if it were dark jade, it would only be a 5th-tier material. Solely based on how grand this place looks, dark jade doesn't seem to be qualified to be placed here. Moreover, dark jade fears lightning the most, so how could it have lightning flickering all over it? Go see and you'll know, Hunyo said. Her thoughts were simple, and she obviously proceeded with the most direct method. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, Hunyo's still smarter. Let's go check it out. Brother! Big Metalhead hurriedly shouted, so anxious that his face turned green. My boss is there. There. He pointed ahead. A man in an embroidered gown stood in front of the obelisk with his back against them, seemingly in the process of studying this thing. That's even better. Go and greet him, Ling Han said with a smile and kicked him. Ow! Big Metalhead cried out as he flew out fast, and paw fell onto the ground firmly with all 4 limbs spread out. This movement was too large. The man in embroidered gown immediately turned around, and the workers who were working hard also stopped and turned their heads to look. Big Metalhead! The man in embroidered gown snorted deeply, and his expression revealed an intense fury and killing intent. This place was forbidden. No one could enter or leave, or else he wouldn't have the puppets on guard. He would put the workers to death in the future, and definitely wouldn't let the secret out. However, one of his subordinates actually came here sneakily, making him extremely shocked. Could it be that what he saw as an impervious defense actually went wrong? He was obviously Feng Weiqi. His stature was tall, and his face like a red date, appearing imposing without being angry. Big Metalhead, how did you come here? He asked. There was a foolproof defense, so why was it broken through? He had to figure it out. This humble one admires the boss's brilliance, and under the guidance of boss's light, I came here unconsciously. Big Metal Head spouted a mouthful of lies as cold sweat on his forehead dripped down profusely. Humph, do you believe in your own words? Feng Wei Qi sneered. Boss Feng, since Big Metal Head admires you so much, why won't the two of you become soul mates? Ling Han laughed as he walked out. Chapter 592, Myriad Gauze Parasol. Chapter 592, Myriad Gauze Parasol. Reverie _ Brother. Big Metal Head hurriedly climbed up in a single movement, ran behind Ling Han, and said to Feng Wei Qi in an extremely arrogant manner, the one surnamed Feng, seeing our big brother, why haven't you knelt down to pay respects? This guy was really a fox, exploiting a tiger's might. Feng Wei Qi instantly revealed a baleful expression. This guy who was always boot-licking actually dared to speak to him like this. The world really was turned upside down. He swept a glance at Ling Han with a grim smile and said, Big Metal Head, which nerve of yours went wrong to actually rely on an immature brat? Nonsense. Ling Han's not smelly at all. Hu Niu said indignantly while pointing at Feng Wei Qi. Yes, Ling Han's not smelly at all. Helian Sun Shui also cried injustice, and even breathed deeply on Ling Han's body as proof, looking somewhat smitten. Brother, this guy actually dared to curse at you. Beat him to death. Big Metal Head said ferociously. He already betrayed Feng Wei Qi anyway, so he could only live if the latter died, and obviously wouldn't mind stabbing the other person. Ling Han laughed and said, All right, you go. Big Metal Head was first delighted, but hearing the two words you go, he instantly revealed a bitter smile. If he could go, would Feng Wei Qi even have the chance to be the boss? He hurriedly said, Brother, I can't. How can men say no? Ling Han said seriously, Brother, I'm not a man. Big Metal Head said shamelessly, he'd rather have his stick sliced off than fight with Feng Wei Qi. Would definitely end in death. Feng Wei Qi now definitely hated him to the core. Go. Ling Han kicked Big Metal Head, who instantly flew out, ramming towards Feng Wei Qi. You court death. Feng Wei Qi snorted. He took out a sanguine saber and sliced at Big Metal Head. 9 flashes of saber chi flew out, showing his impressive martial arts talent. Save me. Big Metal Head unleashed his weapon to ward off blows, whilst shouting. He was only in the 2nd layer of the flower blossom tier, but Feng Wei Qi was at the 9th layer and even reached the peak stage. As he couldn't break through to the spiritual infant tier, he sharpened his cultivation at the flower blossom tier to an extremely solid level and reached a battle prowess of 15 stars. Big Metal Head wasn't a genius level, so how could he be well matched? In only 2 moves, he was struck flying by the saber, and blood splattered as he fell beside Ling Han's feet with a paw. Why have you come back? Didn't I make you cut off that guy's damn head? Ling Han said with a smile and kicked once more. Big Metal Head spat out blood while hugging tightly onto Ling Han's feet and weeping. Brother, I'll really die if I fight anymore. Hugging so tightly means you still have strength and aren't lacking ability to fight. Ling Han launched his foot again, kicking Big Metal Head out. Big Metal Head might look pitiful and obedient, but thinking about the dirty dealings he'd done, why show sympathy for such a person? Just let the 2 dogs bite each other. Boss, I was wrong. Big Metal Head betrayed once again, kneeling before Feng Wei Qi. Boss, I had no other way. This brat was going to bust my anus, so I had no choice but to betray you. In truth, my heart was always with you, boss, and there was never a moment where I thought of betraying. Even Feng Wei Qi shivered. He'd seen shameless people, but never one so shameless. He laughed grimly and said, Since that's so, you can take revenge by killing that brat. Ah! Big Metal Head raised his head, stunned all over the face. There was no playing like this, both having him take the vanguard when he was only so capable. They thought too highly of him. Not going. Feng Wei-Chi's eyes beamed with an ominous glint as he clenched the saber in his hand a little tighter. I'll go. I'm a bastard if I don't go. Big Metal Head hurriedly stood up and turned to face Ling Han, wearing a sour expression as tears flowed out. He walked towards Ling Han, but after a few steps he said, Brother, boss, how about everyone sit down, drink tea and chat, and discuss martial arts? Get out the way. Feng Wei-Chi was first to find it unbearable, hacking with the saber from behind. Pooh! Big Metal Head was instantly cut into 2 parts. He looked coldly at Ling Han and said, Since you've come here, don't think of going out. Is that so? Ling Han smiled slightly and observed the surroundings. What is this place? Does a dead man need to know so much? Feng Wei-Chi said coldly and took out an umbrella, small and dainty. He tossed it up in the air, and it automatically opened, revolving round and continuously enlarging. Since I'm a dead man, then what does it matter if I know a little more? Ling Han said with a smile, Like I said, a dead man doesn't need to know that much. Feng Wei-Chi shouted sharply, and that parasol instantly unleashed a strange power. All space that was shrouded by it underwent a strange change. Ling Han was slightly surprised because he suddenly couldn't feel the 5 elements spiritual qi. Ha ha ha, discovered what's wrong. Feng Wei-Chi laughed loudly. This was left from the ancient period. It's myriad gauze parasol, which can blot out the sun and cover the sky. Now, I've covered the 5 elements spiritual qi with myriad gauze parasol. Flower blossom tear warriors are strong because they can draw the blessing of heaven and earth's spiritual qi with every strike and erupt with 100 times their power. But now, the 5 elements spiritual qi has been eclipsed by myriad gauze parasol. And when you can't borrow power, you're only a tiny bit stronger than the spiritual pedestal tear warrior. Ling Han was astounded and said, This truly is a good thing. He also cultivated physical arts concurrently. If the 5 elements and thunder spiritual qi were all obstructed, then he could still fight a spiritual infant tear with his own brute force, right? Die. Feng Wei-Chi charged over, and as the saber swept by, the power of lightning was raised. No wonder you chose to obstruct the 5 elements spiritual qi. So you actually cultivate the power of lightning. Ling Han suddenly realized. He drew his sword to greet the enemy. As expected, the 5 elements spiritual qi had been obstructed, and his sword attack couldn't receive the boost of heaven and earth's spiritual qi, deceasing sharply in power. That's right. Unfortunately, you found out too late. Feng Wei-Chi brandished the sanguine saber. With a ding, the treasured sword cut the sanguine sword, erupting with a chain of sparks. What? Feng Wei-Chi revealed a shocked look. Under this attack, Ling Han actually didn't get sent flying. Could it be so coincidental that this brat also cultivated thunder-type arts, so he luckily didn't get restrained? Wrong. That sword had no thunder spiritual qi. How can you block my saber? He couldn't help but ask. Wanna know? Ling Han laughed loudly. Use the secrets here to exchange. Don't dream. Feng Wei-Chi shouted loudly and swung the saber at Ling Han again. Ling Han sighed and said, Don't be so sure, or else it'll be awkward later. Die, die, die. Feng Wei-Chi roared and kept swinging the saber, trying to cut down Han on spot. Ling Han was fearless. His physical art improved quickly and was not far from the level of his origin power. Even in the situation where he couldn't borrow heaven and earth's spiritual qi, he still possessed 15 stars or so of battle prowess. Once he became serious, Feng Wei-Chi immediately fell into a disadvantage. Chapter 593. Ancient Dynasties Treasure Vault. Chapter 593. Ancient Dynasties Treasure Vault. Reverie _ Exchanging less than 10 blows, Ling Han knocked away the sanguine saber from Feng Wei-Qi and placed the sword on his neck. He laughed mischievously and said, "Now can we talk? If you want to kill, then kill." Feng Wei-Qi actually didn't show any sign of fear. He looked coldly at Ling Han. "But you'll also die soon." "Oh, could you possibly know how to cast curses?" Ling Han said with a smile. If Feng Wei-Qi really had a treasure like the bottle of curse, he might have some scruples. "My son is a spiritual infant-tier elite, and a peak-stage spiritual infant-tier at that." Feng Wei-Qi laughed loudly. "When you kill me, he'll immediately sense it, and no matter where you hide, he'll find you and kill you. I really thought you weren't afraid of death. After all that, you're still threatening me to make me not kill you." Ling Han shook his head, patted him on the face with a smile, and said, "Who doesn't fear death? Being able to live fine. Of course, no one wants to die. You can tell me about the situation here. We don't have any grievances anyway, so it's not like I can't spare your life." Feng Wei-Qi sneered and said, "Don't imagine it. There were definitely no false words in what I just said. My son is absolute saber sex, small saber king. If you don't believe it, you can ask anyone." Ling Han stroked his chin and said, "Usually I've only seen the second-generation juniors brandishing their parents' banner to act recklessly. Never had I thought that I'd have encountered one who relied on his son's reputation to act like a tyrant. It really has refreshed my outlook of life." He knocked out Feng Wei-Qi with a single palm and stored him inside the Black Tower, planning to properly interrogate him. "This parasol is so beautiful." Losing Feng Wei-Qi's control, that parasol fell down from the sky and was held in Helian Sun Shue's hand as she fondled it admiringly. Ling Han approached to take a glance, then couldn't help but frown, and said, "This doesn't seem like the original, but a replica." The parasol handle and the canopy had vein-like patterns carved on them, but the marks were very new and didn't seem like an ancient article. If this spirit tool was newly crafted, then there wouldn't be just one. Moreover, these materials were only of the 6th tier. Did that mean that if there were 7th tier or 8th tier materials, a stronger myriad gauze parasol could be made? This Feng Wei-Qi needed to be investigated carefully. Ling Han and Hunyo entered the Black Tower, while Helian Sun Shue could only sulk again. Ling Han looked at Feng Wei-Qi and said in a calm tone, "Tell me all the details about this cave." "Haha, you're dreaming." Feng Wei-Qi seemed quite a ruffian, but there was still fear in his eyes. Suddenly arriving at this inexplicable place from the cave was beyond common sense, making him involuntarily feel fear. Could he have lost consciousness for many days? Ling Han smiled slightly and said, "In here, no one can say no to me, and you're obviously no exception. I have all the ways to torment you. Just see how long you can preserve. Bring it on. If I say anything in weakness, then I may be TCH." Feng Wei-Qi said with his neck raised. "After half a day, I'll talk, I'll say anything." Feng Wei-Qi screamed tragically. In this half a day he suffered various unimaginable tortures: burning, drowning, burying and making him die, then come to life, and then die. It was truly worse than death, and he couldn't even die even if he wanted to. He now only sought to be freed. "You really are small saber kings, old man?" Ling Han asked. "Yes, I'm really his father," Feng Wei-Qi said, gasping for breath. His eyes already lost focus, as if he'd become foolish. "Why did you come here?" Ling Han asked. "When my son was exploring historic sites, he discovered clues about this place. He came here first and received a few ancient articles," Feng Wei-Qi replied. "But my son is focused on cultivating, so I came here to manage the excavation project." "What is this place exactly?" "I'm not too sure either. I only know that it belongs to an ancient dynasty from hundreds of thousand years ago, Feng Weiqi said. However, it was what he said next that jolted Ling Han's mind. That ancient dynasty wanted to open the skies and transport the entire vast lands into the god realm, but failed. This place is only a treasure vault of that ancient dynasty in its former years. Opening the sky, it was about opening the sky again. Ling Han was shocked. That ancient dynasty was truly bold and daring in seeking to ascend with the entire vast lands into God realm. Making all mortals divine citizens, thinking about it gave one the feeling of being on pins and needles. Say, how many treasures have you dug out from here? Feng Weiqi explained one by one, and as Ling Han listened, he was more and more shocked. This place had primarily puppets. Other than gold, silver, and iron, there was a diamond puppet, though it was only one, and was long taken away by small Saber King. If this type of puppet were to fully unleash its might, it was equivalent to a deity transformation tier elite, and what was more terrifying was that it possessed a considerable intelligence. Additionally, gold, silver, and iron skin puppets were far from the amount that Ling Han saw, and all were taken away by small Saber King. As for what small Saber King wanted to do, Feng Weiqi didn't know either. He was only excavating this historic site in his son's stead. Other than the puppets, the battleships that Ling Han saw previously were only divided into two types of gold and black. The black battleship could pose a threat to the flower blossom tier elites, and there were 100 vessels of this kind. The golden battleship could annihilate spiritual infant tier warriors, but there were only 10 vessels. This place only had one left, though, as the others were all in the hands of small Saber King. Fortunately, this golden battleship wasn't by Feng Weiqi's side. Otherwise, Ling Han wouldn't have taken down Feng Weiqi so easily and would instead be hunted down. The golden battleship was not only more powerful, but was also a flying-type treasure. It was only 100 meters long and flew extremely fast, but also exhausted a lot of origin crystals. Blackwood Island was well fortified, so Feng Weiqi never thought that he would have the need to use this large-scale spirit tool. Other than this, there were various practical spirit tools like the Myriad Gauze Parasol. This certainly was a replica, because the real article was already damaged, but even the replica could still make deity transformation tier elites unable to sense spiritual Qian extremely terrifying thing. Ling Han exclaimed inwardly, just how powerful and prosperous was this ancient dynasty. This was only one of their treasure vaults, but the various treasures excavated here already made him shocked. However, the most important was still that obelisk. It was said to be related to a mystical power, and only that this obelisk hadn't been unearthed over the 3 years. The power of lightning was too frightening, greatly affecting the undertaking's progression. From the information small Saber King obtained, that ancient dynasty had a total of 4 mystical powers, sealed separately in 4 treasure vaults. The one here was called Thunderclap Ninth Heaven, and was the weakest of the 4. The most formidable one was called Nine Deaths Heaven Art, and had the ability to disrupt life and death. Small Saber King cared very much about this mystical power, and would inquire about the excavation of the obelisk from time to time. If it weren't for his special identity, he'd actually rather personally keep watch. Now, I've got quite the bargain, Ling Han said. Chapter 594, Thunderclap Ninth Heaven. Chapter 594, Thunderclap Ninth Heaven. Reverie under, sir. Ling Han exited the Black Tower and arrived in front of the obelisk. The workers already dispersed in fright, and it was absolutely empty here. Han, you're ignoring me again. Hellion Sin Shui said with a disconsolate expression, appearing really upset. Ling Han was speechless. This Hai Niu had been aggressive, condescending, and extremely domineering back then, but now she was actually like a doormat. The discrepancy before and after was so great that he couldn't get used to it. Facing such a Hellion Sun Shui, it was very hard for him to connect her with that domineering princess before and have any killing intent towards her. This is a tremendous muddle. Ling Han sighed. He really didn't know how the two would end after Hellion Sun Shui recovered her memory. Hellion Sun Shui pulled on the hem of Ling Han's clothes, revealing a content smile on her delicate face. She was a little lady, desiring too little. No one's digging. Guess I'll have to do it myself, Ling Han said. He wasn't the type that liked to enslave people, and since the workers all ran, he wouldn't capture those people to get them to continue to work. Hunyo also appeared. The little girl's claws were extremely sharp, and using them to dig, they couldn't be better. The workers from earlier didn't dare to get too close and excavated 30 meters away, forming a deep pit. Feng Wei-Chi fired Saber Chi with the Sangan saber and sliced away from afar, cutting off the stones on top of the obelisk, so the progression was extremely slow. Ling Han took large strides forward, and the obelisk was as if it came to life, with flashes of lightning intertwining. Suddenly, a flash of lightning fired out, striking Ling Han. Pa! Ling Han was instantly sent flying, with black smoke rising from his body, and his flesh was actually somewhat burnt. It was truly frightening. His physique was on the level of a 6th-tier rare metal, yet was actually burnt with a single strike. The power of the lightning was not to be underestimated. With a thought, Ling Han immediately activated the Thunder Battle Armor. It was rather interesting to see how things would end if he pitted lightning against lightning. He advanced once again, and Z, another flash of lightning, was released. This time, the Thunder Battle Armor unleashed its might and blocked it, and they interwove with each other and formed a densely packed, white current. The sight was very shocking. The Thunder Battle Armor seemed to have activated on its own, and carried out an arts battle with the obelisk. That power was already far beyond what Ling Han could wield. An entire cave was full of lightning. Z! 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 The current was like a whip, lashing the cave's walls, leaving deep gashes on them. The entire cave was trembling as if it were about to collapse. Fun! Hunyo shouted cheerfully and rushed over. Go back! Ling Han hurriedly shouted. He could only resist relying on the Thunder Battle Armor, or else he would definitely go into the Black Tower. The little girl was freakish, but she probably couldn't resist such powers of lightning. However, against his expectations, Hunyo was actually in the lightning as if nothing had happened. Not only so, she also seemed to become the center of the lightning as her body turned into a bottomless pit, absorbing the endless lightning. Ling Han, Nyo feels so strange. Hunyo said. In her eyes were strange, arbitrary scenes. There was the annihilation of stars, the death of elites, emitting the endless vicissitudes along with boundless pressure. Hellion Sun Shui shivered. Even if she was actually a heaven-tier elite, she couldn't resist this pressure and sat abruptly onto the ground, shedding cold sweat like rain. Ling Han also almost knelt down, but Black Tower vibrated lightly in his dantian and emitted a supreme presence, expelling Hunyo's coercive pressure and making him return to normal. Hunyo, hurry up and withdraw from there. Ling Han already knew this lightning couldn't harm Hunyo, but her change was also extremely strange. Moreover, he always had a hidden worry whether Hunyo's human-shaped spirit base would revive and take over Hunyo. Z, the obelisk and the Thunder Battle Armor shone brilliantly, and the vein-like patterns on them continued to disintegrate. In an instant, all the lightning disappeared, and the entire cave became pitch black. The torches were all extinguished by the lightning. In the darkness, Hunyo's entire body glowed and emitted a shocking aura. At this moment, she was no longer the gluttonous little girl. It was as if she reincarnated into a supreme being that could shatter the highest of heavens and penetrate the depths of hell. If it weren't for the support of the Black Tower, Ling Han would definitely be lying on the ground without even the strength to move a finger. It was clear just by seeing Hellion Sun Shui, who already shrunk into a ball, not even raising her head. Pa! The Thunder Battle Armor on Ling Han shattered into pieces and decayed. The essence within the battle armor was drawn completely, turning a 10th tier material into scrap iron. The obelisk also suffered heavy damage as its lightning power became extremely weak. Hunyo fell straight onto the ground, falling unconscious. Ling Han hurriedly ran over and carried the little girl in his arms, sensing her aura. Fortunately, she only fell unconscious, and the various functions of the body were not damaged at all. Where exactly did this little girl come from? Ling Han sighed and held back his curiosity, placing the little girl into the black tower. Hellion Sun Shui stood up. Her gaze seemed somewhat hazy, and her entire person was also somewhat out of it as she walked towards the obelisk. Her mind was now somewhat unclear as she reached out with her delicate hands and pressed onto the part of the obelisk that was laid bare outside the rocks. "You're also going crazy?" Ling Han hurriedly leapt over, wanting to pull her back, but this girl's physical strength was also extremely frightening. He actually couldn't pull her back. Hellion Sun Shui's hand already pressed onto the obelisk, and instantly, Ling Han only felt a mighty memory shock, forming a munificent sight before him. A martial artist physical turned into lightning and battled fiercely in the skies. He was truly powerful. Whenever he suffered an attack, his body of lightning could evade the attacks, and when releasing punches, the power of lighting erupted, annihilating everything. Thunderclap, Ninth Heaven, a mystical power. Originally, this mystical power was protected by the power of lightning and definitely couldn't be learnt so easily, but the thunder battle armor and the obelisk had formed an intriguing interaction. Then Hunyo entered randomly and absorbed a large amount of the lightning power. The obelisk also lost its protection, and the mystical power legacy was inherited easily. Characters shown in Ling Han's consciousness. He was now cuddled with Hellion Sun Shui, so this thunderclap, Ninth Heaven's legacy, simultaneously fell on the both of them, turning the body into lightning and shattering all of time. Z, 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 the remaining lightning power intertwined on their bodies and turned their clothes into flying ash. Their bodies entangled and melted into one. Under the impact of this mystical power memory, Ling Han also became dazed. It was as if he had a strange dream and turned into a dragon knight, trying to subdue a restless dragon, tangling and fighting. At last, he obviously won and rode on the dragon, speeding along and feeling great. Dazzled, he fell into slumber because of exhaustion, and endless lightning in his consciousness turned into lightning, symbols the essence of thunderclap, Ninth Heaven. Chapter 595. Hainyo disappeared. Chapter 595. Hainyo disappeared. Reverie _ Ling Han woke up, feeling refreshed. He got up and couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise, discovering that he was without a piece of clothing. He hurriedly took out clothes from the black tower to wear. He remembered, under the intertwining lightning, the clothes on his body certainly broke into pieces. After all, the thunder battle armor was destroyed. He couldn't help but cry inwardly in pity. That was a 10th tier spirit tool, and although it was damaged, it was still a precious treasure. Where's Hainyo? Ling Han's gaze swept about, but he couldn't find that pushover young woman. How strange this girl stuck to him all day, but actually had times where she disappeared. Where did she run off to? Ling Han summoned Hunyo and Zhu Xianer from the Black Tower. This little girl certainly was a freak, waking up after sleeping for a short while and thoughtlessly acting as if nothing had happened. Hunyo, do you feel any different? Ling Han asked. Hunyo titled her head as she thought for a while and said, Nyo knows this now. Her right hand raised up. Z, a flash of lightning fired out and turned into an electric arc, and Pa, the mountain wall, instantly had a huge hole in it. T thunderclap, Ninth Heaven. Ling Han was astounded. He'd only received this mystical power's legacy, but this little girl could actually use it? Whatever. This little girl was awfully strange, but it was all right as long as she was fine. Ling Han went to look at the obelisk again. but discovered that the stone tablet was already broken into 10 chunks, while the symbols on them dimmed and blurred. He pressed his hand onto it, but the broken stone immediately shattered, turning into debris. The legacy was already gone, acquired by him and Hellion Sun Shui, and others would have no opportunity with this wonderful technique. If Ling Han wanted to impart it to others, then it would have to be after he'd cultivated this mystical power to grand mastery, branding it with immense power. Now he couldn't replicate it at all, because he didn't have the verbal chant illustrations. He received the pure Tao process. Strange, why has that Hainyo not returned? Ling Han said to himself and called out loudly for a while. The echoes were ceaseless, but the girl never showed up. The three began to search and couldn't find her all along. This result made Hunyo very happy because she never had the advantage in the contests against Hellion Sun Shui. Now that this woman disappeared, she obviously couldn't wait to celebrate. Hellion Sun Shui couldn't be found, but the golden battleship was another story. It was unknown what material the ship was forged from, being only 10 meters long and about 3 wide. There was actually a refined hold, so rather than calling it a battleship, it was better described as a simplified, moving imperial residence. On the ship, there certainly was an origin crystal cannon installed, being able to compress and fire the power within origin crystals, its destructive power shocking. However, it also burned origin crystals like there was no tomorrow. The attack would equal the level of the origin crystals used, though the upper limit was the spiritual infant tier. After Ling Han mulled over it for a while, he soon understood how to use this battleship. Pouring his divine sense into a crystal at the prow, one would be able to control it freely, relying on the power of origin crystals to sail and fly. A good thing, just that it burns too many origin crystals. Ling Han nodded. With this thing, he'd never need a carriage on a journey, and it was also very fast. Ruining the Thunder Battle armor in exchange for a mystical power plus this treasured tool is not a loss, Ling Han said, but was still a little regretful. The Thunder Battle armor had been quite handy. Could that foolish girl have run off on her own? The three exited the cave and searched again, but still couldn't find a trace of Hellion Sun Shui. Let's stay here for 3 days, and if we still don't see that foolish chick, let's go. Ling Han made a decision. These 3 days obviously wouldn't be wasted. Ling Han began to cultivate the thunderclap, ninth heaven. Infinite symbols circulated in his consciousness, converting into his comprehension. However, it couldn't be put into words, as it surpassed their level. The legacies of mystical powers weren't conveyed through words, but another medium. The Eye of Truth, for example, was in an eyeball, the exterminating dragon star arrow was in a statue, and the thunderclap ninth heaven was in an obelisk. 3 days went by in a flash. As Ling Han raised his right hand, a flash of lightning sparkled with zzz sounds. Sadly, I don't have thunder spirit base. If I had, then combined with the thunderclap, ninth heaven, the power would be a little stronger. Ling Han shook his head and sighed. This mystical power was truly extraordinary, though he only realized the smattering of it and could only fire out lightning. After cultivating it to a certain degree, he could turn his body into lightning, not only being able to evade direct power impacts, but also having ridiculous speed. Not all attacks could be avoided, but just those of pure power. That was because no matter how strong a force was, it was impossible to injure lightning. However, flames, frost, and other elemental attacks could still pose a threat to a body of lightning. As to what damage could be done, that would depend on how the battle prowess of the two parties compared. Losing the Thunder Battle armor, but gaining a body of lightning is obviously a loss in the short term, but from a long-term point of view, it's well worth it. Armor is, after all, merely something external, and it was already damaged and unable to unleash its full power. However, I still have a long ways to go before turning my body into lightning. Ling Han shook his head and stood up. 3 days had passed, but there was still no trace of Hellion Sun Shui. She seemed to have really disappeared. Strange. Could this foolish girl's memory have been restored? Ling Han muttered. Doesn't seem right. If her memory was restored, why would she let me go? Other things aside, after these days, she definitely knows that I have a treasure that can accommodate living things. Moreover, she doesn't want the vial of curses anymore. Strange. A foolish girl's thoughts are out of the ordinary as expected, and can't be guessed with common sense. The world was too big, and if someone really wanted to disappear, how could they be found? Ling Han could also conclude that he was with Hellion Sun Shui not long ago, receiving the mystical powers legacy together after they received large amounts of memories. They both fell unconscious. Hellion Sun Shui was probably first to wake up, but this girl chose to leave. If they were enemies, shouldn't he have been killed by her on the way out? Whatever, let's leave it. She's an enemy anyway, so it's better that she left, Ling Han said to himself. However, people had feelings, and after interacting for such a long time, suddenly missing someone who pulled on the hem of his clothes all day was really something he was unused to. They boarded the golden ship. After Ling Han set sail, it immediately floated up and flew at a surprisingly fast speed. From an outside perspective, it was a streamlined ship, but looking out from within the hold, it was transparent, so the view completely unaffected. It was extremely miraculous. The three of them were filled with wonder for a while, but soon became indifferent, switching to sleeping or eating meat, whichever it was what they needed at a given moment. At some point, Hunyao suddenly clapped her hands and said, "What a large snake!" Ling Han turned his head to look and saw that a leviathan suddenly rose from the lake bed. The parts of it that were revealed were like a mountain, terrifyingly massive, and despite being in the ship, Ling Han still felt a frightening pressure, while Zhu Xian'er leaned in his embrace, weak and powerless. That 1,000-year-old flood dragon. Let's run. This big guy isn't in the heaven tier. I fear it's already advanced into the shattering void tier. Ling Han hurriedly sped up the ship. Chapter 596. Small Saber King arrives. Chapter 596. Small Saber King arrives. Reverie _ Fortunately, this large flood dragon didn't care about them at all, and immersed itself in the lake after turning over. That mountain-like figure instantly was nowhere to be seen. Ling Han let out a sigh of relief. If they were targeted by this beast, then the golden ship definitely wouldn't be safe, and they could only immediately hide inside the Black Tower. The golden ship soared through the sky. 7 days later, they left the giant lake. Middle State is a lot larger than the other 4 regions, Ling Han exclaimed. In the previous life, the entire vast lands were a whole. It was much unlike now, when they were separated by regions, making it difficult for elites to be in contact. Yeah, it's said that only added together do the 4 regions compare to the Middle State in size, Zhu Xian'er said. Hunyao shrunk inside Ling Han's embrace, and was very rarely not causing any disturbance, nor being a chowhound. She was overly quiet, which made Ling Han distressed. Ever since this little girl absorbed the power of the obelisk and the thunder battle armor, she would stare blankly now and again, appearing absent-minded. They continued to fly towards the Flying Blossom County. Ling Han and Zhu Xian'er took turns controlling the ship. Hunyao couldn't be counted on. If she were to control the ship, then she might actually go south by sailing north, traveling further and further away. When Ling Han wasn't controlling the ship, he dove into the study of the thunderclap 9th heaven. In over a dozen days, he made noticeable progress, and although he couldn't turn his body into lightning, his speed clearly increased. However, according to legends, to truly master thunderclap 9th heaven, one must endure thunderstrikes and draw the power of thunder to change one's body so as to turn it into lightning. But as to how to guide the power of lightning, I still have no grasp of it. Continuing without careful consideration, I fear that I'd only be struck dead by lightning. This matter can't be rushed. I must have a sure grasp of it. With my comprehension, I'll be able to test it in at most 1 month. Sigh, taking thunderbolts. What sins have I committed? Ling Han sighed. Just when he was mocking himself, he felt an intense sense of danger and hurriedly deviated from the golden ship's original course. Xiao! A flash of saber chi swept down. The saber light was world-shaking, as if even the stars in the skies could be struck down. This sudden turn made Zhu Xian'er and Hunyo stumble. What happened? Zhu Xian'er hurriedly asked. We're under attack. Which damned guy dares to assault the cute Niu? Hunyo burst into anger and looked outside through the golden ship. 300 meters away, a man stood in the sky. He looked to be in the 20s. Resplendent light surged over his entire body, turning into various saber shapes. With a slight lift, the space was torn apart, and it was extremely terrifying. Spiritual infant tier. Moreover, he hadn't just broken through to the spiritual infant tier, but was at the 9th layer of the spiritual infant tier. It was even possible that he already had 1 foot into the deity transformation tier. This person didn't look that young, but after increasing his tier, the changes in his complexion also became quite slow, combined with his tier and how fierce his chi and blood burned. This person was at least over 30, and whether or not he reached 40 couldn't be determined. After all, without testing one's bone age, only the approximate age could be inferred. However, even if he was 40, this person's achievements could be considered outstanding. Ling Han was the alchemy emperor in his previous life and increased his strength by taking medicine, but he'd only reached the flower blossom tier at that age. In this lifetime, the world's environment changed, and any random genius could break the records of his previous lifetime. Ling Han didn't leave the cabin and asked indifferently, Hey, on such a fine day, is it really good for you to attack people like that without grudges nor grievances? Since you're inside this golden ship, we're not without grudges nor grievances, the man said coldly. Such great nerve, daring to covet my things. Ling Han was astounded and said, You're small saber king. Humph, since you know of my reputation. Release my father and then suicide as an apology, the man said loftily, not denying his entity. Ling Han suddenly came to a realization. No wonder the other person launched an attack once he saw the golden ship. Other people didn't recognize this golden ship, but how could he not? Presumably, the man had already been to the cave and discovered that the obelisk disappeared along with any signs of Feng Weiqi. Thus, he naturally chased over. However, his speed was truly fast. Being behind a few days, he still caught up with them despite the golden ship's speed. He couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, the world was so large, but the golden ship was so small. So for him to be able to chase over with such precision, he must have other methods. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, Ancient remnants belong to everyone that have the chance to get them. You got it first, then that's your luck. But heaven led me to the place of the treasure vault, and that's also my luck. Humph, I only know that that's mine, and whoever touches it dies. Small Saber King's glare turned sharp as he struck out fiercely with a hand chop. The light on his body was raised and turned into a heavenly saber that slashed towards the golden ship. Ling Han never stopped the golden ship and continued to oscillate with it. At this moment, he didn't need to speed up and just fled by, evading the heavenly saber. The heavenly saber struck down, and the landscape below was instantly leveled. Ling Han saw a human village affected, the living spirits exterminated. He couldn't help but be furious and said, Small Saber King, this is a grievance between you and me. Why involve innocent people? That's real funny. Mere moles and crickets? So what if 1,000 or 10,000 of them died? Even if they don't die now, in the future? Small Saber King stopped suddenly and revealed a grim smile. Since you're so soft-hearted, why don't you fight me? I don't care whether or not I kill those nobodies below. Ling Han wouldn't fall for his provocations. although his battle prowess was exceptional, and he could even contend against a low-level spiritual infant tier elite after taking a pill. Small Saber King was a peak-stage spiritual infant tier, and a genius amongst geniuses. His battle prowess probably almost reached the deity transformation tier. Small Saber King should be a veteran genius that was half a generation older than Yao Huiyu, and fighting him head-on was definitely courting death. However, he was obviously absolute saber sex disciple, so how could he slaughter as he pleased? "You aren't going to take my life, then?" Ling Han said coldly. "You want to hunt me down? Then do as you wish, but if you harm any more innocent people, I won't mind killing your old man." Small Saber King thought over it slightly and said, "Release my father and return the obelisk. Then I can let you live." "Obelisk? Already shattered into pieces. Give my A***s. All right, we'll compromise. Your old man I can return to you. He's just a waste of food here anyway. But I can't give you that obelisk." Ling Han said with a smile, not to mention that it was already broken. Even if it were whole, Ling Han still wouldn't hand it over. Small Saber King was already frightening enough, and if he were to receive a new mystical power, the Thunderclap Ninth Heaven, who in the world could stop him? With this person's nature, he'd definitely become a demon in the future. Chapter 597, Cross Swords. Chapter 597, Cross Swords. Reverie _ The obelisk must be handed over. Small Saber King said coldly. This mystical power was the most valuable thing inside the treasure vault. He obtained the other treasures and clearly knew how amazing the effects of these treasures were, so he obviously desired the Thunderclap Ninth Heaven even more. "But I don't want to hand it over, so what to do?" Ling Han said with a smile. Small Saber King revealed a threatening killing intent and raised his palm again, the killing intent almost tangible. "Small Saber King, you really want to be an unfilial son?" Ling Han said with a frown. Schwa, Small Saber King waved his hand, and a saber light struck out, changing into a world-shaking heavenly saber again, slashing towards the golden ship. This definitely surpassed the level of saber chi and rose to the level of ray. The destructive power was extremely frightening. It could be inferred from the power of the slash earlier that Small Saber King's saber ray was condensed with at least 20 flashes of chi. This was only a rough estimate. Small Saber King might not have gone all out, so the power of his saber ray might be even stronger. Perhaps it reached 29 flashes, or even the height of 30 flashes of chi. Ling Han was unable to rival him. As the saber light slashed by, the mountains and rivers below suffered once again. Another human village was involved, then turned into dust in its entirety. "Small Saber King," Ling Han said word by word. He'd seen quite a few ruthless people, but not to care about human life in this way, killing at will like wiping off dust, was truly a first-time encounter for him. This was absolute saber sex disciple. In the former years, although Sunset Saber Emperor was cold-hearted, his saber only struck at elites. Never would he attack the weak, and attacking normal people was beneath him. 2 generations of geniuses. Both were clearly exceptional, but their temperaments were so different. Ling Han was furious and said, "Xian Air, control the ship to hit that bastard. I'll restrain him." "Brother Han, be careful," Zhu Xian'er warned with a worried look on her delicate face. She obviously didn't doubt Ling Han's strength and talent, but Small Saber King cultivated for many more years than Ling Han. This was a major shortcoming. Ling Han exited the cabin and faced off coldly against Small Saber King. Hunyo also appeared, with her 2 small hands on her hips, also extremely angry. Truly tired of living, this bastard actually dared to attack the cute Lord Nyonyo. Small Saber King stared at Ling Han for a while and suddenly shouted, "What you're—" "Ling Han, didn't think I was that famous." Ling Han said unenthusiastically, Heaven-grade alchemists are still quite rare, Small Saber King said indifferently. But in my eyes, so what if you're a heaven-grade alchemist? I hear you receive the 12 Palaces legacy and the whereabouts of a divine treasure trove. I'm not interested in the 12 Palaces legacy, but I still do have some interest in the divine treasure trove. How about this? Hand over the whereabouts of the obelisk and the divine treasure trove, and I'll not only let you live, but also give you a treasure. How about it? Ling Han sneered and said, "Nothing about it. I don't deal with beasts." Xiao, at this moment, Zhu Xian'er was already prepared, and Origin Crystal Cannon immediately fired towards Small Saber King extremely quickly. Saber light flashed, a field of brilliance. Unknowingly, Small Saber King unleashed a cyan-colored long saber and slashed apart the Origin crystal shell, which swept separately by his two sides. He was enveloped by saber chi, looking like a god, his presence terrifyingly shocking. "Wanna harm me with just this golden dragon ship?" Small Saber King's expression was indifferent, and his gaze fierce, also like the heavenly saber. "Go die. Take Nio's thunderbolt bullet." Hu Nio's small hand flicked. ZZ. Two flashes of lightning immediately shot towards Small Saber King. These two flashes of lightning were actually faster than the Origin crystal shell earlier. Lightning was the fastest in the world to begin with. Small Saber King slashed straight across. Pooh! Piu! The saber ray was unleashed, but it was extinguished with the two flashes of lightning. This made Ling Han and Small Saber King greatly shocked. After all, Small Saber King was a peak stage spiritual infantry elite and even cultivated saber ray, while Hu Nio was only in the flower blossom tier and didn't even have chi. However, the two people's attacks were both destroyed, showing that the power of their attacks were not too far apart. This absolutely overturned the common sense in martial arts. Small Saber King was both furious and shocked. That attack was obviously not his full strength, but it definitely shouldn't have ended that way. However, this only made him shocked momentarily, and after seeing the two flashes of lightning, he exploded even more with anger. My legacy was actually stolen by this little girl. He was absolutely going mad. Inside the ancient dynasty's treasure vault, the most precious thing was obviously the legacy of Thunderclap, Ninth Heaven, and according to the information he'd received, there was only one chance to obtain the inheritance. Once the legacy was passed on, the obelisk would self-destruct, never allowing a second person to obtain it. After scheming for 3 years, the great task should soon have been accomplished, but suddenly it was like a direct blow to the head. How could he not be bursting with anger? "Humph! I'll kill you all and directly search your souls," Small Saber King said balefully. The legacy couldn't be expressed in words or characters, so if he wanted to obtain Thunderclap Ninth Heaven, he could only search the soul. "Wretch, you won't get the chance," Ling Han said coldly. "Watch Nio's awesomeness." Hu Nio shouted and moved both hands repeatedly as lightning attacks were unleashed one after another, bombarding Small Saber King like raindrops. She was truly a freak. Ling Han just grasped a bit of the Thunderclap Ninth Heaven, being quite away from using it in practice to harm enemies, but this little girl could already use it with ease. Absolutely incredible. Perhaps this also had to do with the intertwinement of the lightning. She almost completely absorbed the lightning in the thunder battle armor and the obelisk at the same time, allowing her to skip the step of being struck by lightning to directly operating the mystical power with ease. Small Saber King snorted and brandished his long saber, firing saber rays that swept towards the golden ship one after another. Pung, pung, pung. Although Zhu Xian'er evaded in every way possible, the saber rays were too concentrated, and it was unavoidable that a few attacks would land. Fortunately, the golden ship had a single-layered shield, which could block the attacks of spiritual infantry elites after being fully activated. However, after several hits, the shield trembled. being on the verge of breaking. Hunyo shouted loudly and initiated an attack. As her figure flashed, she turned into a flash of lightning and charged towards Small Saber King, instantly appearing before him. Her small fists fired out, enveloped by lightning. Impudence! Small Saber King snorted and brandished his saber, trying to cut Hunyo in half at the waist. Small Saber King! Ling Han roared. The sunset bow was unleashed and the arrow was mounted, and as endless origin power gathered, the entire arrow turned into a white light. He already activated the Eye of Truth and found the most fragile region of Small Saber King's defense. Small Saber King originally wanted to cut Hunyo in two, but after discovering that Ling Han was accumulating power, his expression changed drastically. He didn't dare underestimate this arrow, as the momentum of his saber slowed slightly. Xiao! Ling Han fired out an arrow. The fierce arrow penetrated the sky and almost disregarded the distance, immediately arriving in front of Small Saber King. However, Small Saber King was truly formidable. Even under such circumstances, he still swung his saber, firing out a world-shocking saber ray. Pum! The arrow was instantly deflected forcibly, and its straight shaft actually appeared to be bent. Chapter 598, A Puppet Appears. Chapter 598, A Puppet Appears. Reverie underscore. Pum! Pum! Although Small Saber King deflected the arrow, he was struck by Hunyo's small fist, and even with his impressive power, he still stumbled from the hit and hacked out a mouthful of blood. His entire body even began to shiver. How could the power of thunder be looked down upon? Damn it! The look in his eyes was fiendish. This mystical power was supposed to be his, and the stronger Hunyo's battle prowess was now, the more he was jealous, wishing to cut open Hunyo's brain immediately to extract the thunderclap ninth heaven. Very good. You guys have successfully enraged me. Small Saber King grasped his saber. Wang, the saber chi all over his body overflowed, with black-colored light intertwining. The presence of despair interwove in heaven and earth, making one have the urge to suicide. Ling Han felt a chill within. Small Saber King walked the path of saber of despair. A saber strike would seize one's mind, making one have thoughts of despair and even forgetting to ward off blows. Under the influence of this saber intent, Zhu Xian'er found it difficult to even control the ship. The golden ship kept swaying left and right, as if about to fall. Xian'er! Ling Han shouted loudly, like a wake-up call that provoked one's thoughts. Zhu Xian'er immediately returned to her senses. She also possessed the aptitude of a king amongst martial artists and began to walk on her own path. Even if she wasn't as freakish as Ling Han, she wouldn't be completely controlled by someone else's saber intent. She had just let her guard down. With Ling Han's shout, she immediately restored her senses. All of you die! Small Saber King brandished his sword, and a saber ray 300 meters long came sweeping, its might shocking. Hunyo moved agilely, and her small body swung, attacking Small Saber King again. Meanwhile, Ling Han took out another arrow and mounted it on the bow, drawing the bowstring but not releasing it. The unlaunched attack posed the greatest threat. Small Saber King had no choice but to put a large part of his focus on Ling Han. Ling Han's arrow was enough to pose a threat to him, and had to be guarded against. However, if Ling Han released the arrow, then he would strike it down in a single blow and fear it no more. Ling Han deliberately didn't fire it, making him on tenterhooks and distracted. Hunyo took the advantage of it to attack, and as she waved her small fists, lightning wove closely. Small Saber King snorted, shaking off Hunyo and charging towards Ling Han. This constant threat had to be eliminated first, or else he wouldn't be able to unleash 100% of his battle prowess at all. Pung! Pung! Hunyo's small fist struck Small Saber King's back, but only set off a chain of lightning. His defense had already been completed activated, and he could actually take Hunyo's attacks head-on without being harmed. Small Saber King charged with his sword, attacking towards Ling Han. "Damn it, you dare to ignore Nyo!" Hunyo was infuriated. Her small body turned into lightning again, and in a flash, she already appeared behind Small Saber King. Riding on his neck, she opened her mouth and bit towards him. "Ah!" Small Saber King screamed tragically. He clearly already spread his defense completely, and even a high-level spiritual infant tear wouldn't break through it. However, encountering Hunyo's teeth, it became a mere display. A streak of blood shot up. It was actually silver in color, showing this person's peculiarity. "Damn it!" Small Saber King swung his sword towards his back. Hunyo flashed again, turning into a flash of lightning to escape. Her battle instincts were too astounding. "Small Saber King!" Ling Han shouted fiercely and fired out another arrow. "You really think I can't deal with you guys?" Small Saber King let out a battle cry, and silver-colored rays of light set off from his entire body. His entire person also turned silver, as if turning into a statue. His battle prowess rose rapidly. Pung! He struck with his saber and directly crushed the arrow into pieces. "Not good." Ling Han's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Hunyo, hurry on back!" Small Saber King was at the peak stage of the spiritual infant tier, and even 1 foot into the deity transformation tier. Now, it was unknown what mystical art was or bloodline was activated by him, but he directly crossed into deity transformation tier. It was no longer possible to face him. Hunyo was sharp, and in a flash, she already appeared on the golden ship. "Go!" Ling Han shouted loudly and continued to draw the bow, firing towards Small Saber King. However, with 3 consecutive shots, he also felt exhausted and couldn't even stand firmly, his figure swaying. This arrow slowed Small Saber King slightly. After all, the combination of 2 mystical arts, Annihilating Dragon Star Arrow and the Eye of Truth, with the usage of 7th tier rare metal, couldn't possibly be taken lightly. But for Small Saber King, who'd already crossed into deity transformation tier, this was also just a matter of waving his saber once. Zhu Xian Air hurriedly controlled the ship, sailing away swiftly. "You think you can escape?" Small Saber King sneered. Pung! A fist smashed down out of nowhere, and just happened to block the golden ship's trajectory. Pung! Terrifying power surged violently, and the spiritual infant tier level shield was actually instantly shattered. The entire ship was blown up right away. At this time, a strange human figure appeared in the sky. It was as if forged with transparent crystal. Light appeared to refract irregularly off its body, and one had to examine it closely to discover the existence of such a person. Earlier, he was always hidden in the sky, as if non-existent. Now, he suddenly launched an attack and blew up the golden ship with a single punch. Small Saber King arrived, but he was immediately astonished because, although there were fragments fluttering in midair, there weren't any hints of the remains of Ling Han and the other 2. "Instantly teleported away," he muttered. That peculiar person stood behind him. It was roughly the same height as him, yet it didn't seem to exist. If not for the refraction of light, it truly could disappear from the line of sight. A diamond puppet. It was the puppet of the highest level inside the ancient dynasty's treasure vault, possessing deity, transformation, tier battle prowess. The extraordinary nature of the materials it was made of allowed it to cloak and possess considerable intelligence. It was simply a natural assassin. Even if it was instant teleportation, they couldn't have escaped too far. Small Saber King muttered, "Under my art of remote sensing of heaven and earth, they'll soon be found. Humph, they obtained my mystical art, yet are still trying to run?" He left treading on air. Meanwhile, the diamond puppet quietly disappeared in the sky. No one knew where it went. Ling Han obviously didn't use any instant teleportation talisman. He certainly had such a treasure, but didn't plan on using it here. In the instant that the golden ship was destroyed, he stored Hunyo and Zhu Xianer inside the Black Tower. The Black Tower was like a microscopic seedling as it floated down from the sky and fell inside the river in a forest, traveling with the current. Ling Han soon exited the Black Tower, returned the way he came, and began searching inside the battle area earlier. Found it. Not long after, he found a silver drop of liquid on the ground. This was Small Saber King's blood. His bloodline had to be special, or he'd cultivated some art that actually turned his blood silver. This drop of blood was bitten out by Hunyuon of several drops spilled. However, some splattered into the water, diluted, and couldn't be found. Only this drop of blood landed on a leaf. A spiritual infant tear being's blood was extremely overbearing, emitting a terrifying presence. The life force of the plant below it was already extinguished, and Ling Han also felt an immense pressure when approaching. A drop of blood, still trying to overturn the skies? Ling Han spread open origin power to guard his body. Iron Sheet Body allowed him to have enough qualifications to withstand such pressure. He stored this drop of blood inside the vial of curses. Let's see if I can't curse you to death. Chapter 599. The Curse Comes into Effect. Chapter 599. The Curse Comes into Effect. Reverie _ Ling Han had wanted to injure Small Saber King with the Sunset Bow and obtain his blood for the curse, but Small Saber King was certainly strong, deflecting all his attacks. It was rather Hunyo who'd succeeded. He extended a finger and pressed it on one of the vial of curses patterns, which was the death curse. However, Ling Han was taken by surprise as the pattern actually didn't light up. What's going on? Ling Han was startled, but soon thought of how some people's natal horoscopes were strong, and they hard to be cursed to death. For example, he was one. He was fine entering the ancient mine shaft and had at least 10 days to half a month before he would be affected by the curse chi. It looked like one drop of blood wouldn't be enough to curse Small Saber King to death. Ling Han settled for the next best thing and said to himself, "Can't curse you to death, then I'll curse you to fall ill. Can't let you off that easily." He pressed on another pattern, and this time the pattern lit up. This meant that the curse had come into effect, and the effect was illness. As for what illness, Ling Han didn't know. Ling Han proceeded on foot. He felt that he'd really suffered a great loss this time with the golden ship smashed and 3 arrows lost. In days to come, he definitely had to take down Small Saber King, who'd obtained almost the entire ancient dynasty's treasure vault, which would be enough to make up for his losses. But now, Ling Han decided to break through to the spiritual infant tier as soon as possible, or else he could only run when encountering Small Saber King. Moreover, if it weren't for his possession of the Black Tower, he might not even be able to escape. Under the great pressure, his fighting spirit also began to rise. However, after only walking for a short while, he suddenly felt a bad premonition and raised his voice. "Since you've come, why hide?" Small Saber King's figure surfaced as he said coldly, "You think you can escape from my grasp? Truly too naive. Whether I'm naive or not is another matter, but it looks like you're about to have bad luck." Ling Han said with a smile, "Oh, what sort of bad luck?" Small Saber King said casually while closing in on Ling Han. He didn't dare to be careless, not having sensed Hunyo's presence all along. That little girl could turn into lightning and was extremely fast, and her teeth were darn sharp, being able to bite through even his defenses. Ling Han pondered and said, "Just you wait." "Huh." Small Saber King sneered. He obviously assumed that Ling Han was trying to intimidate him with empty words, and continued to close in on Ling Han, emitting his saber intent to lock onto Ling Han. As long as Ling Han moved slightly, he would strike out with Heavenly Saber to kill Ling Han on the spot. The reason why he didn't unleash his saber was that he still wanted to know Hunyou's whereabouts. She had grasped the mystical power, Thunderclap Ninth Heaven, which he was determined to acquire. Goo! At this moment, his stomach suddenly growled. Small Saber King's complexion instantly turned weird. He actually had a stomachache. How was that possible? After advancing into the flower blossom tier, martial artists broke away from the temporal and definitely couldn't get sick, let alone suffer from a stomachache. However, now he truly felt his stomach hurting like hell, and something was surging on, almost rushing out. That made no sense. Starting from the flower blossom tier, even if martial artists ate, the beneficial things would be absorbed by the body while the impurities would be discharged through the skin. The entire person was without grime and contamination, and definitely didn't have the need to relieve oneself. Now he simply wanted to empty his bowls, unleashing stuff to his heart's content. Look, you've got bad luck as expected, Ling Han said with a smile. Small Saber King wanted to unleash his saber, but Piu he farted loudly and his face turned green. That urge became more and more intense. It was useless even if he clamped his legs tightly, unable to hold it back in at all. You wait. Small Saber King was a reputable person anyhow, and wouldn't possibly fight while spraying out shit. He hurriedly turned, twisting his butt to leave. He scuttled into a bush, and instantly the grumble of his stomach was like thunder rolls, echoing Pai Li Pa La, impossible to stop once it started. Respects, respects, Ling Han said from afar. Small Saber King is impressive as expected. A maneuver of stench to assail enemies is simply unprecedented. Truly can't learn it even if one wanted to. Small Saber King wanted to retort, but his stomach was still rolling in waves, and he instantly let out a smothered groan, holding his breath and pushing it all out satisfyingly. Take an arrow. Ling Han drew Sunset Bow, and the arrow already mounted on the string. Ling Han, you have no shame. Small Saber King roared angrily. Without Hunyou restraining him, he actually didn't fear Ling Han's marksmanship, but with his current situation, was he going to swing his saber while spurting stuff out of the other end? Against a deranged person like you, what standards need to be held? Ling Han fired an arrow. He was also furious to the extreme. Small Saber King killed the people of 2 villages in cold blood, and Ling Han fired this arrow despite knowing that it would only cut Small Saber King an even sorrier figure, still deciding to waste it for once. Xiao, the arrow turned into a streak of white light, firing out like a flying dragon in the sky. Small Saber King had no choice but to swing his saber to ward it off. With his but bare, that look was truly wretched to the extreme. Ling Han, if I don't kill you, I swear I won't be able to live. Pooh! Before he finished his fierce words, he was forced to squat down again, defecating to his heart's content. Kill me? I'm the one that's going to kill you. Ling Han snorted and no longer attacked, turning to leave. The opponent still had a diamond puppet, which was probably searching for him separately. It had already been a long while, and presumably Small Saber King had already summoned the puppet through a mystic art. If he didn't leave now, he would have to hide in the Black Tower again. He used the demon fairy step, fluttering in the wind and moving further away. From afar, he still seemed to be able to hear that thunder-like sound of diarrhea. Spiritual infantile was strong even in this aspect. After 3 days, Ling Han arrived at a city. The decorative pattern on the vial of curses had already dimmed. Small Saber King's drop of blood had been exhausted, and he could no longer be cursed. Ling Han found it a pity. If he could make Small Saber King die from diarrhea, it would actually vent his anger. He summoned both Zhu Xianer and Hunyou. The 3 walked on the streets, but soon they saw that people were pointing fingers at them. After a while, Ling Han discovered that portraits of him and Hunyou were posted over the city. This was a bounty notice, which said if one discovered their whereabouts and provided the information, one would receive a large amount of rewards. However, the bounty only had him and Hunyo's portraits, but not their names. Apparently, Small Saber King issued the bounty. Presumably, he still had some qualms, not daring to mention Ling Han's name after all. Ling Han was a heaven-grade alchemist. If one publicly set a bounty for one, wouldn't they have to fear the Alchemy Society's thunderous rage? He was currently only in the spiritual infant tier and hadn't advanced into shattering void tier, which would let him to do whatever he wished. Ling Han hurriedly left with Hunyo and Zhu Xianer. As expected, Small Saber King chased over shortly. He, Hunyo, and Zhu Xianer entered the Black Tower, changed their appearance with disguise pill, and then appeared overtly again. Ling Han. Just as they were about to leave the city, Small Saber King charged over, aiming right for Ling Han and Hunyo with a saber slash, like an immortal beyond the skies. How'd this guy discover them when they were disguised? Ling Han was astounded, hurriedly employing the demon fairy step to evade, while Hunyo turned into a flash of lightning, charging towards Small Saber King. You want to use the same old moves in front of me twice. Small Saber King sneered. Chapter 600, Struck Mistakenly. Chapter 600, Struck Mistakenly. Reverie under Sir. The bracelet on Small Saber King's wrist suddenly lit up and fired a light beam towards Hunyo, confining her. Rushing, the little girl opened her mouth and bit down repeatedly, severing the light beam and obtaining freedom again. Xiao! Ling Han fired an arrow, but didn't use the sunset bow. Instead, he directly used his body as a bow and origin power as the arrow because there wasn't enough time for him to take out the sunset bow. Small Saber King, however, didn't dare to be careless. His figure flashed, dodging Ling Han's attack, but missing the best chance to attack Hunyo. The arrow of origin power brushed past his body. Small Saber King then realized that this arrow's power was far from comparable to the one earlier, and revealed a furious look out of shame. The dignified Small Saber King, the strongest prodigy in the Middle State, was actually tricked by Ling Han, frightened by his not-so-strong skill, missing the best chance to take down the little girl. This little girl's body hid the secrets of the thunderclap ninth heaven, which he was determined to obtain. Hunyo, come back! Ling Han shouted. He didn't want the little girl to take any more risks. Hunyo promptly nodded and jumped back in a flash, making a wry face at Small Saber King and saying, "Stinky!" Small Saber King assumed that Hunyo was mocking the shameful incident a few days ago when he shat his brains out. This seemed to him a great humiliation, and a scar that couldn't be revealed. So when he was mocked openly by Hunyo, killing intent instantly filled the air. Go. Under watchful eyes, Ling Han didn't want to use the Black Tower. He grabbed Hunyo with the left hand and Zhu Xianer with the right hand, using the demon fairy step and taking to his heels at once. However, after taking only 2 steps, he instantly felt a bad premonition, hurriedly shifting his feet and flying towards the side. Pum! A heavy punch landed on the streets and instantly set off a wave of dust. If Ling Han didn't change the direction in which he advanced, he would definitely be directly smashed by the fist. The diamond puppet's figure appeared, its transparent body refracted rays of light, appearing extremely peculiar. The wave of dust swirled by, and a large pit at over 10 meters deep appeared in the streets, extremely frightening. Ling Han and the girls spurted out blood. Although they evaded the attack in time, they were still affected. The power of the deity transformation tier was terrifying, making the 3 sustain injuries simply from being scraped. Where do you think you're running off to? Small Saber King said coldly, striking out with his saber. Blood instantly splattered on the streets as the passers-by all suffered for it, reduced to fragments the moment the saber ray touched them. This person completely treated life with indifference, being reckless and unbridled, viewing all living beings as non-entities. Shua! He struck with his saber again. Ling Han was bursting with anger, his gaze ice-cold as he instantly threw out a human body. It was precisely Feng Weiqi. Shua! The saber light swept by. Feng Weiqi suddenly appeared from within the Black Tower, and without figuring out the situation, he suddenly saw a flash of saber light strike him something he'd never anticipated. However, this saber light seemed so familiar that modulation and its sword intent was something he'd seen many times. It was his son. Why was his son attacking him? Could he not be his blood-related son? When he was younger and left home to toughen himself, could he have been cuckolded? He let out a sharp and tragic scream, and was sliced into two halves by this saber light. Small Saber King was startled. He'd never anticipated that Ling Han could actually throw out a living person from thin air. He stared blankly at Feng Weiqi's corpse and couldn't help but stagger several times. This was his blood-related father, who he thought was confined somewhere by Ling Han, but who knew that Ling Han could throw him out of thin air, something he never would have foreseen. "Father!" he cried out in alarm, his face pale as he almost fainted. He could see the lives of everyone in the world as nonentities, but Feng Weiqi was his blood-related father and the only next of kin. It made him instantly feel as if a knife pierced through his heart. For a moment, he had no thoughts at all. Ling Han took it all in and said coldly, "Now, do you still dare to say that all people are nobodies?" Ling Han. Small Saber King said word by word, flames bursting out of his eyes. He only had one thought now, and that was to tear Ling Han to shreds to vent his anger. Ling Han shrugged and said, "Don't look at me with those eyes. Before denouncing others, look at the things you've done. Besides, you personally killed your old man. TSK, TSK, TSK. Considering the character of you two, father and son, this also counts as punishing one's own relative in the cause of justice. You shut up." Small Saber King darted out. He was going to cut down Ling Han. Ling Han treaded with the demon fairy step and kept retreating. Hung! On the other side, the diamond puppet also charged over. With the presence of the deity transformation, tear spread ostentatiously. It was more frightening than Small Saber King. "Humph! Who dares to stir up trouble in my 9-cloud city?" At this moment, a powerful presence surged out, following the appearance of a sturdy man roughly in the 50s. However, when he saw that diamond puppet, he instantly turned pale with fear and turned to run at once. What a joke, he was only in the spiritual infant tier. So how could he rival a deity transformation tier being? In the middle state, although spiritual infant tier elites weren't the top-notch elites, they could still be called experts. Thus, this person ran over ostentatiously, but actually discovered a deity transformation tier troublemaker, frightening him out of his wits. Ling Han had no intention of getting entangled here. Of the two opponents, one was at the peak stage of the spiritual infant tier, and another in the deity transformation tier, so he couldn't possibly rival them. He took out the instant teleportation talisman Ma Duo Bao gave him with a smile, and said, "Brother's done playing with you guys, off we go!" He pretended to stick the instant teleportation talisman on his body, but brought Zhu Xianer and Hunyo into the Black Tower. If his expression was convincing enough, Small Saber King obviously would assume that he'd used an instant teleportation talisman run away with the two girls. How does he have so many instant teleportation talismans? Small Saber King frowned. Instant teleportation talismans were extremely valuable, and being able to obtain one was equivalent to having one more safeguard on life. But Ling Han actually possessed something truly unimaginable. Could this have been obtained in the 12 palaces? He muttered. His gaze turned towards Feng Weiqi's corpse again. His killing intent churned as he clenched his fists tightly. As a son, he definitely had to exact vengeance. "Ling Han, I'll definitely capture you and tear you into pieces," he said in a low voice, his expression as fierce as if a wounded beast's. After Small Saber King left with the puppet, Ling Han exited the Black Tower. He stroked his chin and said, with someone's shadow constantly following, I can't always wave around the instant teleportation talisman to deceive him. I have to master the thunderclap, ninth heaven, as soon as possible. At that time, my body will be like the lightning. Combined with the demon fairy step, I'll be able to compare with him in speed. I'll wait for the appearance of the divine thunder here. The new year had passed and spring had come. Once the spring season began, sudden claps of thunder would gradually occur more often. However, Ling Han's luck truly wasn't that great. Waiting in the city for 7 days, every day was a sunny and cloudless day. The weather was finer than ever. Just as Ling Han thought of leaving, the weather suddenly changed. The thunder rolled, and the first flash of lightning came inadvertently. Chapter 601, Guiding the Thunder into the Body. Chapter 601, Guiding the Thunder into the Body. Reverie _ Damn, the heavens also like to surprise people? Ling Han said, and immediately leapt out. Flying outside the city, he immediately activated the mystical art thunderclap, ninth heaven, and his body and the thunder clouds in the sky acquired some sort of special connection. Quang! The first flash of lightning struck down exactly towards Ling Han, as if intentionally aiming at him. Z. The power of lightning entered his body, and Ling Han was instantly shocked, being burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. This was the terrifying power of heaven and earth, which could instantly burn Ling Han into a piece of coke. Despite almost fainting immediately, he gritted his teeth and bore the pain. If he were to faint now, then the pain he'd suffered just now would be in vain. He hurriedly operated the thunderclap, ninth heaven, and guided the power of lightning around his body, transforming it with the mystic art. Quang! Another flash of lightning descended. Ling Han became the center of the lightning, and with the activation of the thunderclap, ninth heaven, each lightning received a mysterious pull, being attracted to him. Fuck! I haven't even entered the heaven tier, yet I'm being struck by lightning. Ling Han said, gritting his teeth. Being struck by lightning didn't feel good at all. Fortunately, this was also a normal lightning. The divine might was much greater when facing a tribulation. Indestructible Heaven Scroll was also activated, repairing the damage he endured. This was an advantage that other people completely couldn't compare to. He made sure not to lose consciousness and activated the mystic art thunderclap, ninth heaven, to change his body. The power of lightning coursed through the veins and flesh in his body, allocated by the mystic art, changing Ling Han's constitution. This was actually quite dangerous. If he didn't endure it, he might be struck unconscious by the lightning, and in such condition, a normal flower blossom tier warrior would definitely thoroughly die in a few more strikes. Even if he didn't die, the power of lightning would run amok within the body, which could cause immense destruction to it. To say the least, even if there was no destruction at all, the attempt at guiding the power of lighting to change his own body would be an utter failure. Ling Han forcibly endured the pain of the electric shock, which truly made him want to fall unconscious, so that he didn't have to endure it anymore. But in order to become stronger, he gritted his teeth and continued to activate the mystic art, attracting more power of lightning to strike his way and enter his body. Z! His entire person turned into a ball of white light. Hunyo and Zhu Xian watched from afar. Zhu Xian's expression was full of worry, while Hunyo paid it no mind and said, "Don't worry. Nyo's Ling Han will definitely tough it out." Zhu Xian carried Hunyo, nodding, but she was still extremely worried. After all, being overly concerned caused disorder, and she wasn't crude and careless like Hunyo. No matter what, Hunyo was still a little girl. Lightning wasn't rare, but it was rare when all of it descended towards a single direction. Soon, there were people that came over to have a look. Most of them were low-level martial artists, merely at the spiritual pedestal or the spiritual ocean tier. It was useless even if they discovered something, as they didn't dare to approach Ling Han, who could resist against such power of heaven and earth. Hunyo began to chase away people and waved her small fists, sending people flying one after another. "What are you guys trying to do to Nyo's Ling Han?" She looked like she was protecting her child. She was too valiant, and even spiritual infant-tier elites found it difficult to suppress her, let alone these people who instantly scattered like birds and wild animals. But not long after, elites also began to appear. The thunderbolts are falling concentratedly on the same place, so could it be a precious treasure is about to show itself to the world? This was what these people thought. Xiao, 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 7 flower blossom tier warriors came. The older one looked to be over 70, and the younger ones over 40. After all, even the middle state couldn't be full of prodigies, having flower blossom tier elites in their 20s at every turn. At this time, over 10 thunderbolts had already fallen. Ling Han's entire body was covered by lightning, which was so terrifying and closely woven that no one's eyesight or divine sense could penetrate it. Thus, everyone could only see a field of lightning, but didn't know what was inside. It's definitely a precious treasure that's come into the world. Only then would it attract the simultaneous lightning bombardment. Wait till the lightning disperses, we'll immediately begin seizing the treasure. The 7 people's gazes were burning. This was a small city, and nothing happened there ordinarily, but today thunderbolts fell closely and intertwined into a sea of lightning, meaning that a treasure was coming into the world. Naturally, this made them excited, for perhaps this was a turning point in their life. From now on, they would be on the path of great success. However, this lightning seemed to be endless, continuing to strike without end. After one day, another 10 flower blossom tier warriors appeared. The 7 flower blossom tier ones of 9 Cloud City instantly acted as if facing a formidable enemy. What are the people of Great Universe City doing here? Haha, a mysterious treasure has come into the world, and you guys of 9 Cloud City want to have it all to yourselves. The flower blossom tier, cultivators of Great Universe City, snorted. It came into being in our 9 Cloud City, so it naturally belongs to 9 Cloud City. The flower blossom tier elites of 9 Cloud City engaged in a dispute. There's no such thing as ownership when it comes to worldly treasures, is there? Besides, isn't this outside of 9 Cloud City? A few flower blossom tier warriors dare to be unbridled in my 9 Cloud City. That spiritual infant tier elite of 9 Cloud City appeared. A few days ago, he was scared witless by a diamond puppet, but now he appeared to have the bearing of an elite. Once a spiritual infant tier warrior appeared, Great Universe City's flower blossom tier ones immediately shut up. It was useless, even if there were 10 of them, before a spiritual infant tier. The gap in tiers wasn't something that could be filled by a few dozen people. Hee, Lord Ma, how greatly imposing! A voice suddenly resounded as a slender, middle-aged man walked out, with terrifying brilliance flickering around him. Zhang Wu Yin! 9 Cloud City's spiritual infant tiers, eyes tensed up the other person, was also in the spiritual infant tier. Worldly treasures, those who see it were destined. Zhang Wu Yin smiled slightly. Ma Zaifeng, if you want the treasure, then we'll see who has the skill. Then let's battle. Ma Zaifeng rushed toward the other party, and the flower blossom tier warriors of 9 Cloud City also attacked their flower blossom tier counterparts of Great Universe City. The treasure had to be kept for 9 Cloud City. Pang, 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 they instantly got into a fierce fight. Zhu Xian watched with astonishment and felt it more laughable on the inside, thinking what expressions would they have when they discovered that within the lightning wasn't some treasure, but just Ling Han. Hunyo, on the other hand, burst with fury again. She was afraid that these people would be in Ling Han's way. Fortunately, the fight didn't reach Ling Han's side in the end. or else the little girl would definitely intervene. Ling Han was already gradually entering an optimal stage. The power of lightning circulated in his body. His entire person also seemed to turn into lightning, becoming dazzling white lightning. Even the essence of life underwent a change. The intense pain from earlier had already disappeared, and now he became more and more relaxed, even somewhat enjoying the bombardment of lightning as if it were giving him a massage, attracting thunderbolts into one's body to transform oneself. It succeeded. Ling Han smiled slightly and stopped guiding the mystic art. The lightning that filled the sky also dispersed at last. This shouldn't have continued for this long, but being affected by the mystic art thunderclap ninth heaven, which produced a mutual interaction, made it last till now. He looked into his body, trying to find specific changes, but when his divine sense swept by his dantian, he couldn't help but reveal a shocked look. Chapter 602, 6 Elements. Chapter 602, 6 Elements. Reverie _ Ling Han had the 5 elements Chaos Lotus, which possessed 5 elements, reaching the perfect balance. Thus, he could absorb 5 different spirit chi at the same time, and wouldn't create chaos because any type of spirit chi was too strong. However, the 5 lotus petals were still there, but the lotus stem actually turned into lightning. His spirit base had 1 more element, lightning. Moreover, this didn't affect the balance of 5 element spirit base, but on top of its basis, allowed him to possess the lightning element. Ling Han was astounded. Spirit base could be transformed postnatally. In the previous life, he entered many historic sites and acquired many high-level arts and skills, but not even 1 mystical power. However, in this lifetime, his luck was nature-defying, and he'd already acquired 3 of them. Mystical powers could change a person's constitution and spirit base. Ling Han was astounded. This shattered his understanding. Based on this development, didn't it mean that people could form 5-element spirit base and 6-element spirit base artificially? One only had to cultivate different mystical powers. Then, his 6-element spirit base was actually not that impressive, because it could be transformed into 1 postnatally, and maybe one didn't even need to cultivate mystical powers for it, as powerful beings could change it with their hands. What was called remaking and defying nature to change one's fate? This was it. Ling Han nodded inwardly, no longer proud at all of his own spirit base. There might be many more prodigies in the future that also possessed 6-element spirit base like he did. However, the 6-element spirit base was already at the pinnacle, and he wasn't any bit inferior to anyone else. With a thought, lightning immediately flickered on his body as if he turned into a thunderbolt. Regarding the thunderclap, 9th heaven, he crossed through the preliminary threshold at last. The sky-filling lightning dissipated, and as Ling Han's figure appeared, the 2 parties that were battling fiercely stopped and looked towards him. Where's the precious treasure? It must have been seized by him. Instantly, the elites of the 2 cities all stared at Ling Han, their gazes chilly, as if they were going to eat him. Hey, why are you guys looking at me like that? Those gazes are making me uncomfortable, Ling Han said, smiling. Boy, hand over the treasure. These people already charged over. Earlier, they wanted to fight off the other party so that they could leave the treasure for their own side. But now they had a common enemy. Just in time, then. I'll test this mystical power on you guys. Ling Han laughed loudly. Light flickered on his body as if a flash of lightning, his speed ridiculously fast. Pung! He released a punch bursting with lightning, and pung, 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 nearly 20 flower blossom tier warriors were knocked down by this single punch, leaving only 2 spiritual infant tier elites who were still chasing him. This also made the 2 spiritual infant tiers extremely shocked. This boy was so strong, and the power of that single punch was no lower than a spiritual infant tier elite's. Ling Han revealed a smile. The thunderclap ninth heaven proved itself to be the mystical power of an ancient dynasty. It was powerful. His battle prowess now should have surpassed 20 stars, advancing onto the level of the spiritual infant tier. Boy, hand over the treasure, and we can spare your life, the two spiritual infant tier elites shouted at the same time. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Spare my life? As if you guys are that formidable. Come, 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 I'll play with you guys. Let's see who's more formidable." A mere junior at the flower blossom tier dares to be so impudent. Zhang Wuyun and Ma Zhaifang both snorted and made a grabbing motion at Ling Han. This sudden thunderbolt bombardment lasted for an entire day, and the treasure that came into the world was definitely out of the ordinary. The two had been stuck at this tier for a long time, dreaming of breaking through, and this mystical treasure might decide whether they could break through. "Niu will help you." Niu, seeing the battle, couldn't help but itch to have a go. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "No need, no need. I can handle just these two people." He punched out, and 22 dragon elephants surfaced, woven closely with lightning, making them fiercer. "Such a freakish boy!" Zhang Wuyin and Ma Zhaifang both cried out. Their opponent actually cultivated 22 flashes of Kehao, truly terrifying. "There's something more impressive." Ling Han laughed loudly, then adhered the bone pattern, activated the Eye of Truth, and began bombarding the two spiritual infant tier opponents. His battle prowess was originally approaching 20 stars, and now that he grasped the thunderclap ninth heaven, he overcame this limit all of a sudden, finally possessing spiritual infant tier battle prowess. After he activated the Eye of Truth, even if Zhang Wuyun and Ma Zhaifang were both 7th level spiritual infant tier, they had no power to fight back, continuously being bombarded by him. Mystical power. Why was it called mystical power? Annihilating Dragon Star Arrow, in addition to the Eye of Truth, let him exterminate a spiritual infant tier elite with a single arrow. The thunderclap ninth heaven, in addition to the Eye of Truth, might not have the surprise aspect of marksmanship, but its power was no inferior, just no longer having the effect dealing a fatal blow. The two spiritual infant tier warriors were forced to retreat repeatedly, their expressions full of disbelief. This was truly unimaginable. They were not only at the spiritual infant tier, but also its 7th layer, which meant its high level, yet they were still overwhelmed to the point of having no room to counterattack. Ling Han let out repeated battle cries, and his fists waved even fiercer. 22 dragon elephants fused into one and turned a light golden dragon elephant, bursting with lightning all over its body. There was also an ancient symbol that surfaced that seemed completely out of this world, and more like it came from a demonic realm. This dragon elephant was too frightening, and under its heavy stampede, the two great spiritual infant tier elites could only retreat, condensing qi to form a ray. Zhang Wuyin and Ma Zhaifang cried out. They didn't realize that this was a pseudo-ray and thought that Ling Han had already advanced into the 2nd level of the Way of the Fist. This step was truly too difficult to cross, and even though their cultivation was higher, they still only achieved 9 flashes of qi till now. Without 10 flashes, how could they qualify to form a ray? Seeing this made them extremely envious. Their opponent was only in the flower blossom tier and was only in his 20s, yet he'd already cultivated over 20 flashes of qi and even formed a ray, making them erupt with envy. The more they fought, the more flustered they were, and their fighting spirit dispersed at last as they turned to run in separate directions. What valuable treasure! They didn't want it anymore. Ling Han didn't chase either. He didn't have any grievances with these two people that couldn't be resolved. Fighting with them was only to test the power of the thunderclap ninth heaven, and the result made him quite pleased. His speed now increased drastically by 3-fold, and his battle prowess increased by over 5 stars. He was also extremely shocked by this. If Small Saber King were to acquire this mystical power, he'd probably be invincible amongst the spiritual infant tier elites, and even able to sweep deity transformation tier opponents. A genius like that, with a foot already into the deity transformation tier, there was no need to doubt at all that he definitely possessed battle prowess of the deity transformation tier. However, the ancient dynasty had a total of 4 mystical powers, and this thunderclap ninth heaven was not the strongest. It was truly hard to imagine what an incredible mystical power the 9 deaths heaven art would be. If I encountered Small Saber King now, I probably still wouldn't rival him, but running shouldn't be a problem, Ling Han said to himself. Despite his speed only increasing by 3-fold, if combined with the demon fairy step, even a deity transformation tier elite would find it hard to catch up to him. Chapter 603, Encountering Old Friends. Chapter 603, Encountering Old Friends. Reverie _ Every time martial artists increase in lever, their power was amplified drastically by 10-fold to 100-fold. However, as for speed, being able to increase it by 1-fold was already good. Thus, Ling Han cultivated a body of lightning and increased his speed explosively by 3-fold. With the addition of the fairy demon step, his speed already surpassed the spiritual infant tier, crossing into the heights of the deity transformation tier. However, running isn't a solution after all. I still have to break through to the spiritual infant tier as soon as possible. This way, I'll truly qualify to stand against Small Saber King. Sigh, the martial arts level in this life is truly too high. If it were the previous life, with my strength now, only Sword Emperor and the like would qualify to compete with me at the same age, and nothing less than monsters 100 years of age would be able to suppress me. Now, it's great. The prodigies under 100 years of age are like bamboo shoots after the rain, emerging without end. Hee, but only this can give me enough motivation. I just cultivated the body of lightning, and can't truly turn my body into lightning yet, but it's not far from that step. At that time, my battle prowess will become even more powerful. Ling Han walked to Hunyou and Zhu Xianer, then revealed a smile and said, "Let's go. We should go to Thousand Flower Prefecture to see the present age prodigies." "Let's go." Hunyou jumped in joy. Staying here for several days, she was very bored. Unfortunately, their golden ship was busted by the diamond puppet, and they had no means of transportation now. They could only walk on foot. They were too lazy to find another carriage and just walked. To lessen the troubles, they all disguised themselves. Ling Han originally thought of disguising the 3 of them as husband and wife with a cute daughter, but Hunyou was unwilling to no matter what. Consequently, they could only disguise as 3 siblings. Ling Han became a few years older. Zhu Xianer covered her exceptionally beautiful face, while Hunyou turned into a small clown. Ling Han specially activated an old art that usually didn't have much use to let the presence he emitted become a lot weaker, decreasing to the spiritual ocean tier. This way, if Small Saber King could still find him, then Small Saber King was truly capable. They left 9 Cloud City and headed towards Thousand Flower Prefecture. Ling Han wasn't in a rush. The opening of the Restore Heaven Academy was only news, and the true entrance exam was still a long way off. At least, the news that he heard at 9 Cloud City was that the period of the exam wasn't decided yet. There was at least half a year's time no matter how one thought about it. Otherwise, with the massiveness of the vast lands, many people wouldn't make it in time. They strolled onwards. This was also cultivation anyway. Ling Han paused slightly and looked back, seeing dust flutter away as a party rapidly approached. He first thought that Small Saber King had caught up again, but immediately discovered that it wasn't the case. These people were only Flower Blossom tier warriors. There was a total of 7 people, moving swiftly and soon catching up to the 3 of them, then continuing to advance onwards without pausing. Ling Han's gaze swept by, and he couldn't help but reveal a surprised look and said, "Can ye?" Within the party, Someone immediately stopped in their steps and turned around. His figure slim and his entire body emitting a piercingly cold saber chi. He was as of a sharp, unsheathed saber. He looked surprised at Ling Han with doubt in his gaze. It was Kenyi. In the long time since they'd seen each other, he actually broke through to the flower blossom tier and walked down his own path, becoming extremely confident. "I am Ling Yin," Ling Han said with a smile. Hearing this name, Kenyi immediately understood that this was Ling Han and instantly revealed a joyful expression. "Kenyi, what's the matter?" a girl in red clothing asked. She was extremely beautiful. Her beautiful hair was like the clouds, and her skin was smooth like jade. Under the sunlight, actually had a luster, as if she were a goddess. Kenyi didn't speak. Ling Han approached with a laugh and said, running into an old friend in a distant land, "I'm Ling Yin, Kenyi's fellow townsman." "Oh." The girl in red and the others all nodded, so it was just a fellow townsman. These 6 people were all remarkable people, with striking appearance and the feel of soaring confidence, apparently all coming from prestigious families. They saw that Ling Han was only at the spiritual infant tier, so they obviously wouldn't take another look at him. If it weren't for Kenyi, who wouldn't move, they definitely would have turned to leave. A person like Ling Han wasn't at all in the same world as them. "Young Master Ling." Kenyi was extremely stirred up. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "With you calling me young Master Ling, should I not also call you young Master Yi? Don't be so cheeky." Kenyi came to realize that Ling Han concealed his identity and simply laughed, no longer persisting in calling Ling Han young master. The girl in red clothing and the others were somewhat indignant. How could a mere spiritual infant tier qualify to rank amongst them? After calling you young master, you actually acted smug and affected? Just where that confidence came from. "Kenyi, we should set out quickly. I already received reliable news that the Restore Heaven Academy will formally open in half a year. Going there earlier, we might be able to know the contents of the exam and prepare for it," someone urged. "Oh, it's going to be half a year before Restore Heaven Academy opens." Ling Han interjected. He might as well take advantage of this gap in time to search for the whereabouts of Boundless Mountain. "What does it have to do with you?" A pretty boy looked impatiently at Ling Han, revealing a look of contempt. Could this brat also be thinking of going to the Restore Heaven Academy? What a real joke. A man already in his 20s and only at the spiritual infant tier. If this could get in Restore Heaven Academy, wouldn't it be a joke? They were recruiting the elites of the world, the prodigies of prodigies, and only people like them were qualified to enter. "Cho Zifei, what are you suggesting?" Kenyi looked balefully at that pretty boy, unhesitatingly unleashing his long saber and pointing it at that person. "Kenyi, for this good-for-nothing, you would actually draw your sword at this young master?" That pretty boy called Cho Zifei looked full of astonishment. He completely didn't expect Kenyi would suddenly turn hostile towards him for a mere spiritual infant tier. "Apologize," Kenyi said coldly, his gaze like a saber, bearing a murderous aura. In his eyes, Ling Han was a benefactor and an idol he worshipped. Yet Cho Zifei dared to show contempt for Ling Han. It obviously made his killing intent burn. "Kenyi, seeing that your talent isn't bad, I associated with you, but don't think that you really have the right to sit as equals with this young master." Whatever. Everyone's friends. No need to make it unpleasant. A man came forward with a smile to ease the situation and said, "Since you guys are going to Restore Heaven Academy, then let's go together." Cho Zifei wanted to oppose at Onsedo travel with a nobody. However, before he spoke any word of objection, a man stopped him and said in a low voice near his ear, "Won't messing with this brat will be quite interesting." Hearing this, his thoughts to object came to an end, and he simply looked coldly at Ling Han before he left dejectedly, thinking that he would definitely make it unbearable for this guy in the following days. Although Kenyi didn't want to drop the matter, Seeing Ling Han shake his head, he sheathed his long saber. The situation eased up at last. Chapter 604 Disputes. Chapter 604 Disputes. Reverie _. Everyone introduced themselves except for Kan Yi and Chou Zifei. The other 4 young men were called Xin Jian-san, Yu Yuanming, Zhou Kai-ji, Fan Wenlin, respectively, while the only girl, the one in red clothing, was called He Lanyin. The majority of martial artists were men. Women were the minority to begin with, and even less could cultivate to the flower blossom tier. Since He Yunlan was a splendid beauty, she was someone even harder to come by. Thus, Chou Zifei and the others all circled around He Yunlan. However, He Yunlan seemed to have a favorable impression of Kan Yi, and didn't pay attention to the ingratiation of the other people. Chou Zifei and the other 4 felt it extremely unfortunate. They also felt unfortunate for Zhu Xianer, because from the looks of her figure, she was absolutely perfect without any flaws. However, when moving their gaze onto her face, anyone would say that heaven was unfair. Since she was given such a perfect physique, why was she born with such an average face? Zhu Xianer won the title of #1 beauty in the North region just from her figure and revealing a bit of her chin. Her figure was too perfect, and a covered face gave people unlimited imagination. But now her figure was still perfect, but her face was no longer obscured, obviously not leaving any room for imagination. This countenance was too ordinary. The 10 people set out again, and when talking about the Restore Heaven Academy, Chou Zifei and the others all appeared to be full of confidence, thinking they could definitely enter, and were without a shred of worry. Chou Zifei obviously took to blows at Ling Han from time to time, and said that Restore Heaven Academy's admittance exam was definitely as difficult as climbing the skies, and that even spiritual pedestal tier elites might not qualify to enter, wanting to make a fool of Ling Han. Ling Han wouldn't possibly care about it. When it was time for the exam, he would reveal his strength, and this guy would obviously piss his pants in fright. The more Chou Zifei boasted now, the harder he would fall in the future. They traveled by day and slept at night. They all had spatial rings, and at night they would take out tents and pitch them to cultivate and rest. On the second day, they hastened on their journey again. People shouldn't forget to cultivate even when outside. Only by maintaining optimal condition could they deal with sudden accidents. After all, the world of martial arts was extremely brutal, and encountering slaughter for no reason was a run-of-the-mill occurrence. As expected, after traveling for 3 days, they encountered an accident. Ding, 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 the sounds of a fierce battle were heard in the distance before them, and soon a few people approached rapidly. On one side was a beauty a little over 20, wearing a crimson-red silk dress and holding a long sword in hand. Her opponents were 4 scantily clad women with heavy makeup. Whether it was attacking or leaping, the 2 large white rabbits on their chests seemed to bounce out like surging waves. Comparably, the girl in silk dress was not only young, but also 10 times more beautiful, with long slit eyes like water and extremely touching. These 5 women were all in the flower blossom tier, and by the looks of the situation, the silk-dressed girl was a notch higher in tier. However, she wasn't keen on fighting, and after she fought her way out of the encirclement, she immediately leapt away. It was rather the 4 beautiful women that were at her heels. This was baffling to people. Why did she keep running despite having the advantage? After the 4 beautiful women chased her for a while, one of them threw out a ribbon at extremely fast speed, instantly catching up to the silk-dressed girl and fastening onto her small waist. With a Z, her figure instantly halted. The other 3 beautiful women took advantage of it to charge over, and caught up to the silk-dressed girl, recommencing the fierce battle. The silk-dressed girl struggled free from the constraint with great difficulty, yet fell into an encirclement again. She could only continue fighting to break through the siege. So beautiful, beautiful as a fairy. She is my type. No one's allowed to contest with me. Get lost, I've also taken a fancy to her. Cho Zi-fei and the other four all had their eyes lit up brightly. This silk-dressed beauty was certainly extremely beautifula, a whole lot more than Helan Yin. The other four women were not bad, but they were older after all, and since advancing into the flower-blossom tier slowed down aging, maybe their age was enough to be grandmothers. The 5 people wanted to intervene to play out a hero rescues the beauty scenario, naturally giving them an excuse to strike up a conversation. Qin Yu, how could you possibly run from this young master's grasp? A voice came from afar, and soon a luxurious carriage could be seen approaching quickly, drawn by 2 jasper lions. These were ancient relic species. Though they were high tier, their bloodline was rare, and they were very seldomly seen. The carriage was extremely luxurious, reaching 15 meters in length and 10 meters in height, looking like a moving palace. The materials used were extremely exquisite purple pear wood and jade dragon gold, which were extremely precious and treasured materials. But looking at the designs on the carriage, it made people unceasingly disgusted. They were all extremely vivid and lifelike designs of men and women making love. Just by looking at it, people could imagine the movements and the decadent sounds. Wind moon sect. Xin Jian's son was first to cry out, his gaze fixed on the flag planted on the carriage, and voice somewhat quivering. What? Cho Zi-fei and the others all cried out immediately. The Wind Moon sect was a super force in the Middle State. It wasn't as powerful as the 5 great ancient sects, but it also had heaven-tier elites and was far from what their backgrounds could compare to. Instantly, their thoughts of hero rescuing the beauty immediately dimmed. Everyone, I am Dark Glory Valley's Qin Yu. Please lend me a hand. At this time, the silk-dressed girl asked for everyone's help. Dark Glory Valley. Everyone was startled within again. That was also a great force, though much inferior to Wind Moon sect. Qin Yu. Why involve others? I am Wind Moon sect's sect master son, and your Dark Glory Valley's master's junior disciple. We're practically a match made in heaven. Hurry and surrender to this young master. This young master will take you into the world of paradise to enjoy the most joyous things between men and women. Hu Qingfang, don't kid yourself. Even if I die, I won't submit to your wishes. Qin Yu tangled persistently with the 4 beautiful women while reprimanding, and killing intent was all over her delicate face. It's over, this beauty's done for. Yun Yuanming said, covering his head, appearing to feel extreme pity. It's rumored that Wind Moon sect's disciples are all lecherous, viewing the thing between men and women as cultivation. Wind Moon sect's sect master is all the more lustful. It's rumored that he has several hundred wives alone, and the beauties that he's defiled reach several tens of thousands. Qin Yu being fancied by Wind Moon sect's sect master son. It'll definitely be hard to get away. It can't be helped. We can't interfere at all. Even if we wanted to interfere, our strength is not enough. Cho Zi-fei and the others found excuses for themselves. They all just entered the flower blossom tier, whether it was Qin Yu or the 4 beautiful women. They were all at least mid-level flower blossom tier. There certainly was somewhat of a gap in tier. However, for geniuses, this bit difference in tier was actually not much. Wasn't quite normal to battle surpassing 5 stars. They simply didn't dare to provoke the Wind Moon sect. Ling Han laughed and said, Can ye help? Okay. Can Yi said no more and charged right up brandishing his saber. Chapter 605 Struck Back. Chapter 605 Struck Back. Reverie _ Can Yi attacked decisively, and with a swing of the saber, 9 flashes of saber chi dispersed, the saber intent chilling. He was as of a god of war. His progress was fast as expected, reaching 9 flashes of saber chi, and only a step away from condensing a ray. Martial arts were not just about tears. In the first layer of the flower blossom tier, some only had 1-star battle prowess, yet some could reach 5 stars or even 10 stars. Kinyi was only at the first layer of the flower blossom tier, but his battle prowess reached 7 stars. This aspect was his personal talent and the effect of Heavenly Luck Stone, allowing him to obtain additional 5 stars battle prowess. As 9 flashes of saber chi moved unhindered, Kinyi immediately tore open the 4 beautiful women's encirclement and joined hands with Qin. Brandishing saber and sword together, they instantly suppressed the 4 beautiful women. Originally, Qin Yu already had a slight advantage, let alone now that there was Kinyi, whose strength was not much inferior to hers. Humph. Inside the carriage, Hu Qingfang's extremely discontented snort could be heard. He said, "The brat with the severed arm, you dare ruin this young master's fine occasion?" Kinyi was not one to speak much to begin with. He simply swung the saber, completely defeating the 4 beautiful women. Seeing such battle prowess, Chou Zifei and the others turned pale. They knew that Kinyi was strong, which was why they admitted him into their circle, but everyone was still quite conceited, thinking they themselves definitely weren't inferior to him. Comparing it now, they were obviously shocked. "Thank you," Qin Yu said. Amidst the battle, she couldn't pay attention to courtesy and simply nodded at Kinyi. Kinyi was expressionless, extremely cold and detached. Ling Han sighed, "How can you pick up girls like that?" She was showing her gratitude towards you, and if you were a bit gentler towards her, maybe you'd fall for each other. Wasn't someone like him bound to be alone? Courting death. A man, who looked little over 20, darted out of the carriage. He was in embroidered clothes ornamented by jade and looked quite handsome, but the perverseness on his face was too strong. Those eyes couldn't wish more to strip down all of the clothing on women. He was obviously Hu Qingfang. "Cripple, you dare ruin this young master's fine matter? You truly are tired of living. See how this young master will put you down." Kinyi brandished his long saber, his gaze baleful as he said, "Then I'll fight." Succinct and to the point. He Lan Yun instantly revealed a besotted look. What she liked was precisely things like Kinyi's icy cold and fearless personality. But Wind Moon Sec's young master intervened, and losing or winning were both inappropriate, making her worry again. A mere first-layer flower blossom tier cripple even dares to be impudent in front of this young master. Hu Qingfang sneered and attacked Kinyi. The weapon he used was a spiked club covered with symbols. It was now activated, sparkling and emitting a terrifying presence. Kanye's saber was still 9 Hoop Heaven Hero Blade, a 5th-tier spirit tool, which couldn't keep up with his tier anymore. But it couldn't be helped. He was just a 5th-tier martial artist who'd crossed into the flower blossom tier not long ago. So how could he possibly obtain a 6th-tier spirit tool? However, he was still fearless, brandishing the long saber with chilling saber intent and charging towards Hu Qingfang. Ping, ping, pang, pang, the two battled noisily. Hu Qingfang was certainly strong. He was at the 7th layer of the flower blossom tier, and his battle prowess reached 10 stars, suppressing Kinyi by 3 stars. Moreover, the weapon in his hand was a 6th-tier spirit tool, so he obviously had a great advantage. However, Kinyi was extremely tenacious and counterattacked repeatedly despite the disadvantageous situation, attacking to defend and fighting so desperately that Hu Qingfang had to give up on attacks to defend otherwise. Both sides would be defeated and wounded. For Hu Qingfang, he was obviously unwilling to be defeated and wounded by Kinyi. Firstly, his strength was higher, and secondly, with his identity, how could a stray martial artist compare with his noble body? It was precisely such a qualm that rendered him unable to defeat Kinyi even in the situation where he clearly had the advantage, falling into a stalemate. Ling Han smiled slightly and opened up his hand secretly. An arrow of origin power condensed, Xiu, firing at Hu Qingfang. Now no one noticed him, and he intentionally dissolved the color of this arrow that was condensed by origin power. Although its power decreased because of this, he didn't want to take Hu Qingfang's life. As the arrow swept by, Hu Qingfang wasn't on his guard at all, and was shot on the knee, instantly staggering and almost falling down. Kenyi took the chance to strike with his saber, Shua, bringing out a splash of blood. Ah! Hu Qingfang screamed. The saber struck on his shoulder and almost severed his bones, making him deeply pained. What made him even gloomier was that he actually hadn't figured out the situation and just felt his right leg go numb. What happened? Zhu Xianer and Hu Niu looked towards Ling Han. Others didn't notice, because they didn't care about Ling Han and nobody at the spiritual ocean tier at all. They both smiled gently. As females, they obviously disliked people like Hu Qingfang extremely. However, Hu Qingfang's tier was higher after all, and his battle prowess was stronger. The saber wound wasn't very heavy either, and he soon pulled himself together, charging back at Kenyi. Ling Han smiled inwardly. His right hand spread, and another annihilating dragon star arrow shot out. His battle prowess now crossed into the spiritual infant tier, and even if he didn't use a physical bow, this annihilating dragon star arrow was still extremely formidable. In addition, he also adhered the power of lighting to it and saw through Hu Qingfang's weak spots with the eye of truth. 3 mystical powers together. Hu Qingfang should feel honored being hit by them. It was quite the rare occurrence, after all. Hu Qingfang staggered once more and was struck by Kenyi's saber again. As other people saw it, it was as if Kenyi already anticipated he would make such an error, waiting there for him in advance. They couldn't help but be shocked, since such control over a fight was too astounding. With this foresight, Kenyi obviously took the upper hand with an extremely large advantage, striking at Hu Qingfang to the point where he couldn't endure it anymore. After a few dozen moves, he ran into the carriage and shouted, "Cripple, you dare go against me? You've got yourself into big trouble." Kenyi swept across his chest and said, "COMT, out to fight." There was no way Hu Qingfang dared to come out. He thought that the sudden numbness in his legs was from some sort of mystic art that Kenyi used. He was already scared out of his wits. This brat didn't care about his identity as Wind Moon Sect's sect master son, and slashed fatally with each strike. If he fought him any longer, he would truly die here. "If I don't take my revenge, I won't be able to live any more," he shouted, and with a call, the 4 beautiful women came back into the carriage one after another. Kenyi still wanted to chase, but a light barrier rose up on the carriage, blocking him. "Don't chase. That's Wind Moon Sect's ancient war chariot, and if there's an elite controlling it, it can even unleash spiritual infant tier attacks." Qin Yi waved her hand to stop Kenyi, not letting him continue the chase. Kenyi, however, looked towards Ling Han, and after seeing Ling Han shake his head too, Kenyi then stored his saber into a spatial ring. "I'll wait for you," he said indifferently. Hu Qingfang roared angrily, but could only drive the carriage and run back the way he came. Chapter 606, Shameless. Chapter 606, Shameless. Reverie _ You've got into a big trouble. Cho Zifei immediately shouted at Ling Han. "You know who he is? Wind Moon Sect's sect master son. Wind Moon Sect has heaven tier elites. Can you afford to provoke such a force?" "Exactly, you're going to get us killed." Xinjian's son also said. Kenyi sneered and said, "If your wife, mother, and daughter were in this situation, could you guys also speak such words and watch indifferently on the side?" No one spoke, but their expressions couldn't be clearer. They didn't encounter such a situation. So did supposing have any meaning? Qin Yu smiled instead and said, "Although our Dark Glory Valley's strength as a whole falls short of Winter Moon Sect's, we're not to be humiliated as they please. This matter is bound to be grievances between juniors, and it's impossible for figures too strong to intervene, or else it'll trigger a full-out war between 2 factions." Only after hearing her words was everyone somewhat calmer. Let's go. This place is still within the boundaries of the Winter Moon sect. Although it's not the core area, I've heard there are peak stage flower blossom tier elites here, and are not easily dealt with. Qin Yi went on. Her temperament was graceful, and she was also beautiful, having an inherent spirit of a leader. Therefore, she immediately became everyone's center and led them. Everyone promptly nodded their heads. This was still Winter Moon sect's territory, so it'd be better escape quickly. They didn't dare walk on the main roads again. Deviating into the forest by the side, they didn't fly either. It'd consume origin power and might not be fast enough, so they simply ran on the ground covertly, which was fast and strength-saving. At night, they stopped to rest and raised a fire to roast rations and dried meat, and began conversing at the same time. So you guys are also going to the Restore Heaven Academy? After listening to everyone talk, Qin Yi nodded and said, I'm also going there, but ended up encountering Hu Qingfeng half a month ago, being entangled with him constantly. Luckily, I received everyone's help. Only Qin Yi intervened, while the others even reprimanded him afterwards. But she knew how to conduct herself and obviously wouldn't bring this up and make the atmosphere awkward. Some people looked ashamed. Cho Zifei was self-content and smug as if it were as she said, with everyone helping in the time of danger, more so, even as if it hadn't been Qin Yi who rescued her, but him. Lady Qin, no need to worry. If Hu Qingfeng dares to come again, see if I won't defeat him utterly. He boasted without shame. Who didn't know how to talk big? It was to ingratiate himself with a beauty anyway, so no matter how big the talk, he could still blow it up to the skies. Pooh! Other people still had scruples and didn't laugh out loud. But Hunyo absolutely didn't know what giving face was, instantly bursting into laughter. Little girl, what are you laughing at? Cho Zifei blew off the skies with the big talk, and obviously feared most being uncovered and humiliated. So with this little girl's laughter, he was angered from humiliation and glared at her. Is it not funny? Qin Yi drew his saber and glowered at Cho Zifei. Such a cute little girl. Qin Yi reached out to hug Hunyo. Though the little girl was painted with a clown face now, it still couldn't hide her bizarreness and endearingness. Ugly girl, don't dream of hugging Lord Nyo Nyo. Hunyo retreated hurriedly, as if avoiding bad luck. However, she complied with Ling Han's instructions and didn't use power recklessly. So how could she evade a med-level flower blossom tear's reach? She was instantly embraced by Qin Yi, and her small head was buried in Qin Yi's lofty breasts. Nyo's going to suffocate. Ugly girl, hurry up and move your fat away from Nyo's face, or Nyo will flip out. Hunyo gesticulated and bawled. Cho Zifei and the other four men looked on enviously, thinking if they could personally change places with Hunyo. Instantly, they almost felt a nosebleed spurting out. Qin Yi also couldn't help but laugh and let go. Hunyo hurriedly fled back to Ling Han and hid in his embrace, then asked Ling Han in a sweet voice, This ugly girl wants to use her fat to suffocate Nyo. Can Nyo beat her silly? How detestable to actually want to conspire to murder the cute Nyo Nyo. With her mentioning the fat on her chest twice, Qin Yi was somewhat flushed. This little girl was cute, but she spoke so... Why was it called fat? It was clearly two firm and upright mountain peaks, so how was it at all related to fat? They were at most a bit larger than usual. Qin Yi was still quite self-satisfied, and sometimes, when she admired herself in the mirror, she felt a tiny sort of bitterness. In the future, who knew which man would be allowed close to them? Ling Han laughed and said, Forget it. She just likes you. So be generous like a lord and don't argue with her. Hunyo bit on her finger and thought for a while, then finally said, All right, Nyo's a magnanimous person, so Nyo won't fuss over minor matters with the ugly girl. Though that was what she said, her slippery gaze didn't seem to be letting the matter go so easily. Other people didn't know what the little girl was capable of, So they all laughed loudly, feeling the children's words carried no harm. They thought that if she knew how terrifying Chini knew, a medium-level flower blossom tier elite, was, she probably wouldn't dare to say such words. When eating, Hunyo definitely wouldn't treat herself unfairly, and took out the food within the spatial ring. Those were vegetables and beast meat nourished within the Black Tower, their taste absolutely delicious, instantly making people drool from the smell. Cho Zifei and the other 5 had already smelled it 3 days ago, but were embarrassed to ask a little girl for food. Now, they could only speed up, swallowing their saliva. However, Qin Yi was truly fond of Hunyo. Walking over without caring, she said, "Beautiful Nyo, can sister get a piece?" Hunyo thought for a while with her head tilted and said, "Fine." She divided up a small piece of meat, then wrapped it up with raw vegetables, handing it over to Chiniyu and said, "This is a new eating method Nyo invented called vegetable wrapped meat." Chiniyu opened her small mouth and bit right on the vegetable wrapped meat, slowly chewing. She originally just wanted to tease Hunyo and wasn't really fond of food, but once she chewed on it, her delicate face changed color. How could it be so delicious? The lightness of the vegetables fused with the roasted meat's richness complemented each other's strong points, stimulating her taste buds. She felt as if she'd reached some sort of climax, and her face instantly flushed red. For a moment, her brain was as if it had short-circuited, and she only felt ceaseless stimulation, making her involuntarily moan. Like a cat's cry, it tickled people's hearts. Cho Ziaifei and the other 4 men almost howled collectively. This moan was too alluring, and made them unable to bear the wish of transforming into evil wolves, pouncing at that enchanting little white sheep. Unfortunately, this little white sheep possessed terrifying strength. Unless they were tired of living, how would they dare pounce on her? Qin Lian, you finally came back to her senses after a long while, and involuntarily blushed with shame. To actually moan from eating a bite of food. How embarrassing! No matter how delicious it was, she shouldn't have done that and act as if she hadn't eaten for 3 lifetimes. Sisi. Hunyo then revealed a devilish smile. You'll definitely want to eat more after eating such a delicious thing, but I'm not giving it to you. Let you crave it to death, for actually daring to use 2 lumps of meat to squish your Lord Nyo.